उदा माउसे가 왜 그러는지 알겠다 이게 어때? 이거를 이거 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 udah pengen hilang itu apa nih smart pen ini kan ada udah gila banget harga itu ya kan Which day? How many days we had conducted lectures? अभी दस की lectures करा रहे हैं? How many? How many lectures? I think six, no? Now we are in seven. I think that's okay. But anyhow, we are in only that chapter. We are in chapter B, not others, huh? It's having up to chapter E. That means we are in only second session, huh? Second session. Today we are discussing part 5, this one. Post accounting methods. Post accounting methods. So prior to that, we were discussing in this chapter basic concepts in costing, then cost records for material, labor, and overheads. But these two are somewhat simple, but in here you have to get some advanced studies, right? If anyone had missing this part, try to catch up. At least it has any doubts, you can raise from me in free times. Then I can explain some of the matters. But the idea, right? Anyhow, so by using these materials, labor, and overheads, generally we are preparing cost records. Today we are discussing these cost records. It's having different types. Based on the productions, based on the industries, we are considering that record keeping. But the idea, sometimes we are uh, developing some unique productions. It's having kind of key features. Based on that, sometimes we are going in some specific productions for some clients. But generally, our business process having our identical process of productions. Got the idea? So just like that, it's having that basic, that two types, that unique productions or the identical productions. Identical means similar productions. Similar productions in our production cycle. But then by using these costings, we try to set up our total cost. We try to set up our total cost by using either method. In here, we are trying to get some understanding that particular matter. But the idea, right? In here, mainly it has that specific order and continuous operation of units. Specific order and continuous operations. That's the general business. That's simple business. Sometimes you know that based on some external requirements, we are producing some third-party requirements by using our process, process spaces or that particular cycles. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? සමහර වෙලාවට අපේ production එකේ අපි පාවිච්චි කරනවා අපේ බෙල්ට් වලම third party කාගේ හරි order එකක් furnish කරලා දෙන්න. පැහැදිලිද? ඒකෙන් අපිට profit එකක් තියනවාද කියලා අපි analyze කරලා බලන්න ඕන. We have to do some analysis. By using that, so prior to produce, we can recognize is it having kind of profits or not. That's the main core. Based on these identical factors in accounting methods in costing. So otherwise, if we are producing by using some our facilities or our some materials, labor and overheads, ultimately there's nothing. Got the idea? So therefore, prior to produce or prior to accept those kind of special orders, we are going within some calculations of cost regarding by using sometimes per unit cost. Per unit cost for that particular each and every productions. Or sometimes we are calculating cost of that particular batch. Sometimes they are asking single productions, sometimes they are asking batch of productions, number of productions on that specific orders. But anyhow, on that, mainly we are practicing that job costing concept. Job costing concept. Got the idea? But generally we are conducting our operation. Generally we are conducting our operation. It's having, say for an example, in that biscuit manufacturing organizations like in here it has Lucky Land, Diana, like that. No, they are producing that their continuous operation. But some of the situations they are having some special orders from Apico, Keels, like that supermarkets. Then they are producing and packing based on their requirements. Generally, we can recognize that kind of orders as specific orders. Got the idea? But we are producing by using our that co-area or factory area. Got the idea? But anyhow, we have to do some practices. In here, is it a kind of a specific order? Mainly we are practicing that particular job-based costing. It's having that relevant uniqueness. Generally, we are going within that job costing. Otherwise, is it having number of items in that particular productions? Then we are using that batch costing. The second time is continuous operation. In here, generally we are practicing process costing. Process costing. Got the idea? Those are the identical basis. In here, mainly we are focusing that part. The second, in here, job and batch costing for specific orders. Next one, process costing for continuous operations. And also, another part is we are considering contract costing. Some of the situations, some organizations are going in some contract arrangements. It's having kind of uniqueness regarding that particular operations. And also, it has kind of limitations on that each and every projects. Based on the scope, we can see some limitations or constraints. Based on the cost, it has kind of limitations like that. Based on the times, we have to schedule it. This is the common scenario in a project, but in here, we try to catch up that cost part. Generally, you are knowing that if you are constructing or any kind of matters relating to the project, it's having some specific cost identicals. Got the idea? Prior to produce or prior to accept that particular project, it's having that finance requirements or cost requirements. Got the idea? Based on that, we are finalizing our reporting cycle. On that, most probably we are using that percentage of completion methods to calculate that contract operations. We will discuss later, right? Then process losses and gains. If you are conducting that process calculations, we can see some of the situations we are having normal losses, abnormal gains, like that concept. So we are discussing those matters. Next one, if you are going within that process accounting, it's a continuous operation. Each and every operations we are considering some cycles. Say for an example, some periods. We are producing that particular production. Similar productions, no. On that we are producing mainly similar productions, so identical productions. So then after finishing that particular cycle, we can see some balance work or work in process of some our materials. Got the idea? Then we have to treat that work in process in different manner under cost accounting. Got the idea? Right. Next, joint and byproducts. Sometimes we can see some different production cycles. Say for an example, if you are refining some oils, like crude oils, by using those crude oils, we can produce different productions, like petrol, like diesel, like kerosene oil. We can produce. Those are, we can say as joint products. Joint products. A part of that, after refining and after that cycle of process, we can see some parallel productions, like rota. Got the idea? අර තාර නිෂ්පාදනය කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා අහලා ඇති. Or we can produce some wax. අර ඉටිපන්දන් එහෙම හදන්නේ. ඔය ඒ වගේ දේවල්. Those are generally we are recognizing as a byproducts. We will discuss later. Got the idea? Then next one is joint product for the processing decisions. In here, that joint productions, say for an example, my previous example, if you are oil refining, we are producing petrol and diesels. Then we can see it's having some octane bases like 92, 95, like that. Got the idea? In here, is it having kind of that further processings of our that joint products, we have to calculate prior to produce that particular further improvements of our processes up to some levels. Got the idea? In dairy products, you know that it's having, sometimes we are producing butters, cream, like that has no. Sometimes we convert that cream to ice cream. Cream having on that dairy products, but we convert that cream to some ice creams, like that. Then we have to find out, is it profitable to us? On that, we have to scan some open market prices like that. In here, we are discussing that matter. Got the idea? Right. Next one, hybrid costing methods. Some of the situations we are practicing in that process accounting cycles, job costing, and also we are considering that process costing, both. We called it as a hybrid methods. We will discuss later. Next one, final one, service costing. It's another kind of parts, not relevant for the productions. It's going within service. We are discussing some different or parallel part in here based on the record keepings of services. Got the idea? Those are the identical facts. It's not a simple one. I think now you are having that depth, no? තේරෙනවනේ දැන් ඒ කොටස් එච්චරම පහසු නෑ, but we have to discuss today in simple. අපි ටික ටික මේ ටික ස්ටඩි කරලා බලමු. ඩවුට්ස් එනවා නම් ඔයාලා මගෙන් රේස් කරන්න. නමුත් අද කොහොම හරි මම try කරනවා මේ ටික ඉවර කරන්න. එහෙම වුණොත් ඔයාගේ ඊළඟ chapters දෙක අපිට ඊළඟ සතියේ කරන්න පුළුවන් marginal absorptions and activity based costing. මේ දෙකට 2 days යයි. මේක අද කොහොම හරි අපි try කරමු ඉවර කරන්න. right. Write down this heading. Chapter B, Section 5. Chapter B, Section 5. Cost accounting methods. Cost accounting methods. Cost accounting methods. Right. Okay. Then we can discuss one by one. Those are the factors. I had explained those. Right. In here, mainly we are focusing what's the requirements of that particular costing records. Mainly, we are going within that uniqueness of the productions and identical productions. Is it a unique productions? We are calculating by using different record methods, different cost accounting records methods. Is it identical or similar productions? We are using different kind of calculations in costing. That's the co-identical base. Got the idea? Unique production එකක් නම් ගොඩක් කලකට අපි යන්නේ special order mechanism එකකින්. ඒක සමහරවිට අපිට is it a small capacity we can conduct job costing or we can conduct batch costing. Batch costing, like that. Don't write it. Get some idea. That's enough, right? Next one. Understanding this difference is essential between using the wrong system can lead to inaccurate product cost and poor business decisions. Always we try to go through some decision making by using cost accounting. If you are using different mode of calculations for that unique productions or continuous operations or that batch, then we can see that wrongness of your decisions. Got the idea? So therefore, at the end, there's nothing. So therefore, as management accountant or cost accountant, we have to be careful about that. Regarding this identical facts. Is it a uniqueness productions or continuous productions? Got the idea? Right. Go to next. In here, we are discussing that core basics, right? Note down it. What is mean by specific order costing? Specific order costing. Specific order costing. Right. In here, that specific order costing always going within the term of this. What's that? Uniqueness of product and services. We are using which? Specific order costing. Right? Sometimes it may be a batch costing, batch of outputs, or sometimes single units of outputs. Based on that specificness of the requirements of our clients. Got the idea? සමහර වෙලාවට එයාලා අපෙන් similar productions කීපයක් ඉල්ලනවා. දැන් අර biscuit example එකේ නම් ඒ හිතන්නකෝ එක කැටගරි එකක් මොනවද ඒ වගේ තියෙන්නේ. cream crackers කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. cream crackers එයාලට ඕන කියනවා. packages ප්‍රමාණයක්. එතකොට අපිට unit calculate කරන්න වෙනවා. දැන් අපි housing schemes වගේ අපි productions කරනවා නම් එයාලා ඉල්ලනවා unique house එකක්. luxury house එකක්. එතකොට ඒක single production එකක්. එතකොට අපි ඒක job costing එකකට ගන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට අර වගේ setup එකක් small capacity එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි කොහෙද යන්නේ? batch costing එකකට. Ultimately we can generate per unit cost by using size of that particular batch. Total cost එක අරගෙන batch size එකේ number of units ගත්තාම අපිට එක unit එක හොයන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. Simple. Like that. That's the main thing. Right. Note down this. මේක note කරගන්නකො. Job order costing relating to the costing system that is required to organization whether the unit or batch of output, product or services unique. That's the mean. Don't write all. I'm telling that, right? Question has given, no? Right. Specific order costing means we are calculating per unit cost by using job costing or batch costing, based on the requirements of clients. Comma, according to the uniqueness. Right. Okay, we'll see that why this matter. Right. Second part. If you produce customized products for different customers, you need to know exact cost on each one price correctly and determine its profitability. Got the idea? If you are producing that customized productions based on the client requirements. Got the idea? Otherwise, if you are using your that general process calculations, sometimes you are getting wrong values regarding your some material usage or anything. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? එතකොට සමහරලාට ඔයාලා use කරන production එකේ materials වෙනස් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් but some of the situations we are using some different services, different overheads for that required identical productions. So therefore we do not practice that general calculations of costing. In here we are considering that uniqueness of that particular productions. Got the idea? That's the main behind that. Right. And determine its profitability. The term of job thus relating to each unique that particular units or batch of the outputs. Got the idea? Sometimes it's relevant for a single unit, then we are calculating our cost for that particular single units. Or is it having kind of batch of productions, we are producing that batch. Got the idea? That's the main behind that. In here you can see some examples. A construction company building a custom house. Based on my explanation, is it a job costing or batch costing? Job costing. Why is that? We are producing only single unit. Go to next. Printing press producing wedding invitations. Is it a job or batch? Most probably batch, but generally we can use it as a job also. Why is that? We are producing that simple capacity, no, for that equal capacity for each and every invitations. At the end, we can consider it as a total job. But anyhow, is it having kind of number of different items? We are considering that total cost as a batch. Productions කීපයක් තියෙන ඉඳ ඔයාලා දැන් අර number of items කීපයක් තියෙන ඉඳ තමයි batch එකට ආවේ. But anyhow, in simply we can go through that job costing. We can consider that total cost for that particular client's invitations. Got the idea? But is it having kind of number of small capacity of that productions or that requirements? Then we can use simply batch costing also. Right, good. Next one, consulting firm working for particular clients. Is it a consultant firm as a service organization? Hmm? We are providing our service to single client. On that, which kind of cost we can produce? It's also kind of job, no? For that single clients, we can use practice as a job cost for service. For service, it's having some different identical factors, not only that labor, materials, overheads, just like that. We can see some different scenarios in service factors. It's having, I mean, several kind of characteristics, no different characteristics. If you are comparing with productions with services, but anyhow, it's a kind of job, no. Now you are having that idea, no. අපි ඒ ක්ලයන්ට් කරන්නේ මොකද්ද? එක ජොබ් එකක්. එක ජොබ් එකක් දැම්මා වැඩේ කරා. දැන් අපි හිතන්නකෝ වෙහිකල් එකක් රිපෙයාර් කරන්න ගියා කියලා. හරි. වෙහිකල් එකක් රිපෙයාර් කරන්න ගියා කියලා. එතකොට අපිට ජොබ් කාඩ් එකක් තමයි දාන්නේ නේද? වෙහිකල් එක ඇතුළට ගන්නකොට යාලා ජොබ් කාඩ් එකක් දාලා තමයි ඇතුළට ගන්නෙ. එතකොට අපේ ජොබ් එක කම්ප්ලීට් වෙනකොට ඊවිනින් අපේ සර්විස් වැඩ ටික ඉවර වෙනකොට යාලා ජොබ් කාඩ් එක සයින් කරලා account department එකට යනවා invoice එක create කරන්න. එහෙම තමයි යන්නේ. එතකොට ජොබ් එකක් ඒක. එතකොට client base වෙලා යාලා දෙන සර්විස් එකට ජොබ් එකක්. Got the idea? That's the mechanism. Right. I think now it's clear to you, no? Next, write down some examples. Make examples කීපයක් ලියා ගන්න. I have already uploaded these presentations to your MIS, huh? MIS දාලා තිබ්බ නේද පුතා? But anyhow, if we are using for productions, if we are using to calculate our productions, generally we are using three categories of cost. I think you are knowing that. Already you are knowing. What are those? एक job cost hari, batch cost hari, any cost. Based on the productions, we are using three capacity of cost. What are those? Or types of cost. Simple, no? දැන් අර ලොකු දේවල් දැනගෙන සිම්පල් දේවල් අමතක කරන්න එපා. අපි මොන ජොබ් එකක් කරන්න ගියත් එහෙම නැත්නම් මොන බැච් එකකට කොස්ට් එක කැල්කියුලේට් කරන්න ගියත් අපිට වර්ග කීයක් තියෙන්නේ? Mainly it has based on the productions, huh? Not others. Selling and distributions. It has only three, no? එහෙමත් අයිඩියා එකක් නැද්ද? දැන් අපි මේකට එන්න කලින් මොනවද මෙෂර් කරේ? දැන් අර chapters තුනක් කරානේ. ඔව් මොනවද කරේ? Materials, labor, overheads. එතකොට මේ හැම ජොබ් එකකින්ම එහෙම නැත්නම් බැච් එකකින්ම අපි මොනවද මෙෂර් කරන්නේ? ඒ categories තුන for production, not service, for productions. Material, labor and overheads, huh? Overheads. Those are the three identical facts. Right. Go to next. Continuous operation costing. Right. ඒකත් අපි define කරගමු. What is mean by continuous operation costing? Continuous operation costing. It's having further discussions, right? But in simply you can recognize that. තව ටිකක් අපි discuss කරනවා මේක ගැන. දැන්ට මතක තියාගන්නකෝ. Right. In continuous operation means our general operation. General operation. Got the idea? Say for an example, if you are producing that these kind of furnitures, that's our general operation. We are producing table, chairs, just like that. Got the idea? Right. See, a process costing system in here. I told you earlier, if you are going within that continuous operations, we are practicing process costing system, right? We are discussing it in later, right? Is used for industries where the masses of products and services products flow process. That's mean it's never end. We can see that continuous of operations. After finishing of these periods, we are starting second period by using that balance materials, balance our work in process, some kind of materials, like that. Got the idea? Right. Generally, we are practicing that process costing system for that. In here, we do not practice that job costing or simple batch costing. Simple batch costing. Why is that? We are producing some, large capacity of productions on that predetermined periods. So therefore, we cannot go ahead with that particular calculations of batch. Sometimes it's having some remaining stocks as a part process. Got the idea? බාගෙට වැඩ කරලා දැන් අපි මේක ගත්තොත් එimhe මොනවද? Furniture හදනවා නම් cycle එක අපි say for an example we are going within biannual periods to get in some cost calculations. We are starting 1st of April 2026 to 30th October 2026. Make period we are considering. After finishing of this period, we can see some finished goods as outputs. Finished goods. Sometimes we can see some remaining stocks as partly completions of our woods or anything. Sometimes we can see some basic materials as a remaining stock. Now it's 9, no? මොකද නින්ද ගියාද වැඩිපුර? Where's others? කොහොනිත් අය? යාළුවෝ දන්නේ නැහැ. එහෙම බෑ ටයිම් නම් ටයිම් එන්න ඕන. පුතේ අර ඩෝර් එක ක්ලෝස් කරලා දාන්නකො. පස්සේ වනිෂ් කරන්න. ඔව් ඉන්නවද පහල? පහල ඉන්නවද තව? පහල හිටියත් තව යාළුවෝ නැහැ. වයනකොට කවුරුත් හිටියේ නැහනේ. ආ. රයිට්. මේ ක්වෙස්චන් එක දාගන්නකො. Right. Half a page space තියාගන්න. මේක ස්ටාර්ට් කරමු. What is mean by continuous operation costing? What is mean by continuous operation costing? Right. What is mean by continuous operation costing? Right. Write down an answer. It means that particular organization produce their identical productions continuously and we are using process costing for that. Process costing for that. Process costing for that. Right. See why this matters. It is therefore unnecessary and often impossible to assign cost individual units of outputs. Instead, average cost per unit of output is calculated by using total cost assigned to product or service for particular period by the number of units of output for that particular periods. Got the idea? In here, we are using the concept of equivalent units. It's having another kind of concepts if we are going in that process accounting, right? So on that equivalent units, we are considering that our subsequent periods identical factors and previous period some identical factors on, and also current situations, current prices of some materials or anything. Then all together we are going within that equivalent unit calculations. We'll see it later. Is it having within your units? Otherwise, we can go through that simple identical facts. ඔයාලගේ තියෙන level එකත් එක්ක බලමු. නමුත් මේකේ අපි hard calculations කරනවා නම් ඒ ටික තමයි. නමුත් මං හිතන්නේ ඔයාලගේ simple තිබ්බේ. එතකොට ඔයාලට hard calculations මේකේ යන්නේ නැහැ දැන්. ඉස්සර තමයි මේ වගේ ලොකු practice එකකට අපි ගියේ. process costing එකේ. But anyhow, see examples in which process costing widely used including chemical processing, oil refining, food processing, brewing. Like which brewing means like beers, raw, like that it has no. Right. For example, 1 liter of beer that produces identical to another liter. So that cost 1 liter is identical to another. Got the idea? If you are producing that entire bulk of beer, then each and every liter capacity of that entire production is similar. That's why we called it as identical. Term of identicals. It's similar for all productions. Got the idea? That productions of that entire beer. That's the process. Then we can can it by using our packaging cycle. Got the idea? In here we are practicing that. It's a process. After finishing that entire process, then we are starting our second process. Sometimes we can see continuous operations within not only single process. It has kind of another process types, right? Say for an example, process 1, process 2, process 3. After that, we can see finished goods or finished productions, like that. On that, we are using that process costing concepts. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? දැන් මේකේ හිතන්නකෝ ඉස්සෙල්ලාම අපි කරනවා මේ wood workings. wood එකේම නැත්නම් මොනවද මේවට පාවිච්චි කරන chip boards, boards working එක කරනවා. ඊට අමතරව මේකේ තියෙනවා මේ steel working එක. ඒක parallel යන්නේ. එතකොට මේකාරි steel work එක හරි කරලා තමයි මේ දෙක combine කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට process කීපයක්. 1, 2, third assembly, like that. All together, we are going within that developing or construct of that particular table. Got the idea? Like that. Sometimes we can see like that scenario. But anyhow, we have to use some different mode of calculations of our cost. That's the important thing. Then, if you are going within after schedulings of process, we can see some outputs in this department. wood department එකේ finish good එකක් තමයි යන්නේ second department එකට. But it should be an input for second department. Then second department it pass to the third department as a painting or final finishings. Got the idea? Then third department they are taking into account it as input or raw materials. But second department is a finished goods for their final calculations like that. But and at the end we can see all the prices regarding to this entire process. Got the idea? එතකොට ඒක simple නෑ. It's a kind of identical facts are available within that particular calculations. Got the idea? Right. Write down some examples. Examples කීපයක් ලියා ගන්නකෝ. Chemical processing, oil refining, food processing. Those are some simple examples in continuous operations. Continuous operations. Chemical processing, oil refining, food processing, that's enough. Then you are having that idea regarding the process of that final production. Clear? Right. Right. In here, it has explanations regarding these job costing and process costing. I do not go ahead with that as identicals, right? Simply we call it as operational costing at job costing or process costing. If you are taking into account those as a hybrid mode, these all are relevant for the operational costing calculations. Those are some theoretical aspects, not important for your examination or anything, right? That's a simple matter. Go to next. But I do not miss any of the matters, right? In here, you can recognize that both identical facts as a separable manner, right? Specific order costing, continuous operation costing, right? Now you can see all, right? Key features, it has unique customized outputs, cost rate directly to the specific jobs or badges. Already you had wrote those, huh? Don't write again. Next one, in here we can see homogeneous standardized outputs. Homogeneous means similar productions or identical productions. Others are heterogeneous. It has kind of differences. Generally, those are homogeneous productions. Ekama vidiyathamai productions. Say for an example, that Coca-Cola. It's having similar productions of Coca-Cola, like that. And also sometimes standardized productions. It's having kind of standard sizes, like vehicle tires. Tires, it's having 185, that 80, 50 rim sizes, that edge sizes, and also diameters, like that. It's having some standardized contents. Got the idea? If you are producing some medical equipments, it's having kind of standards. Generally, we call those as a standardized, right? Cost average across the all units. In here, that it has homogeneous productions or similar productions, no? Then we can take into account average of that entire productions to calculate our unit cost, per unit cost. Why is that? That cost is similar for that number of productions, all productions. It's having, large volumes of productions. That's the main behind that. In here, under batch costing is similar to that, but we are considering batch costing for small portion of that particular jobs. But the idea, एक podi portion एक करता मैं अपना तो batch costing पाविච්ची कराने. पहले तो ये तो रे batch जगह हदला पीवर करना. That's why we are using batch costing. But if you are going within that large productions, generally we are using process costing. That's the main behind that. But the idea, itu podi capacity එකක් නම් අපිට batch එකකට දාලා ගන්න පුළුවන් නේ පුතා material කීයද, labor කීයද, overheads කීයද. cost එක calculate කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් process එක යනවා නම් ඒක අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාට period එක තමයි calculate කරන්නේ. එහෙම නැතුව අපිට set up කරලා මේ පොඩි කොටසක් නැත්නම් day එකකට ගන්න ගියොත් මේක difficult. It's somewhat difficult. We can see several kind of differences among material size, prices, transportation prices, like that. It's having several kind of differences. So therefore, we are using process costing for that. Got the idea? Right. Next. Right. In here, you can see that typical applications, job costing, batch costing, and contract costing in that specific orders. I told you earlier, we can use contract costing as a parallel calculations of that specific orders. Sometimes it may be a project. On that project, we can use that project cost calculations. We will discuss later. But in here, mainly we are using process costing or is it going within that services? We are using generally service costing. Got the idea? Right. In here, it has some industries or relevant organizations to go ahead with that particular cost recognitions, right? Specific order custom manufacturings. අපි customize කරලා යන productions හදන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට job එකට යන්න පුළුවන් එහෙම නැත්නම් badge එකකින් හදන්න පුළුවන්. පැහැදිලිද? Say for an example vehicles. දැන් අර මොනවද Rolls Royce ගොඩක් වෙලාවට customize කරලා එන්නේ නේද? ලංකාවට එනකොට එක production එකක් යන්නේ Middle East යනකොට වෙනම production එකක් like that. We can see some different features. Generally we called it as a customized productions. Customer requirement එකට තමයි productions කරන්නේ. මොකද දැන් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට යනවා concept එක prosumer කියලා. Prosumer. I think in your marketing subjects, you can recognize that. We are producing our productions based on consumers. That's why we call it as a prosumer. We are producing based on the customer request. Customer illana vidiyata thamai productions karanne. Then we can see some key features or specific features, unique features on that particular productions. It's not a general production. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා? Right. Right. Next one, constructions, printing, professional services. That professional services depend on that single client. Got the idea? Then Chanaka professional service එකක් කරනවා නම් මොනවා හරි PC repairs වල එතකොට ඒ client මත තමයි depend වෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඒක job එකක්. It's having kind of single job. Then we are using that mechanism. In here, chemical processing already we were discussing. And also some of the financial services like you. Audit firms, you can do that continuous operation costing. It's never end, no. You are completing some financial statements for your entire clients. Got the idea? Like that, you can set that equal price for all types of that similar organizations. Is it a SME? You can set the price. Is it a multinational organizations? You can set the price. It has bulk of organizations, similar homogeneous organizations, no? Then you can set that similar price. Got the idea? Right. Okay. Go to next. In here, it's having main identical difference in between job costing and batch costing. I told you earlier, it's having bulk of explanations regarding these identicals, but all are similar. See, job costing focus on individual units or small customized quantities. Each job treated separately and cost are traced directly to the specific job. Very simple. After completing that particular jobs, we are setting our cost. Got the idea? Then we are knowing everything regarding that particular job. Then finally, you can set your margins and set final that take into account as a selling price or service price or anything. Is it a batch costing applies to group of identical units? That's the important thing. It's having bulk of productions or some capacity of productions, but all are which identical or the similar. That's the main behind that. Then you can practice the batch costing. Produce together cost are accumulated for the entire batch and then average to calculate cost per unit. Got the idea? Is it having 1000 units for that particular batch? Then at the end, is it having 1 million of total cost? Then you can divide it to total number of units in that particular batch. Ultimately, you can take into account final value for single unit. Like that. Got the idea? Very simple. But that identical facts of cost cycle recognition is very important. That's why prior to study these kind of calculations, we were discussing material calculations, labor calculations, and overhead calculations. I think now you are having some prominent knowledge regarding that identical basics. Got the idea? In here onwards, we do not calculate those matters again. Then directly we are considering this is the value of material, this is the value of labor, this is the value of overheads. Now you are knowing that basis, no? Overhead එක නම් කොහොමද අපි ගන්නෙ? Overhead එකට important වෙන්නේ for that particular department or the productions or anything. We are considering is it allocate one or reallocate one, reapportionment or apportionments. Like that, no? It's having different concepts, no? That allocation means in overheads, simply man recall කරන්න බලන්න ඔයාලගේ memories. Allocate means overhead එක allocate කරනවා කියලා මොනවද study කරේ? Separately මොනවද? No. It has three concepts, no? බලමු මතකද කියලා. What's that? Allocation. What is the second one? Apportionment. Third one? Reapportionment. Okay, very good. Next one? Next one? Without having that rate, we cannot calculate overhead. Hurry up, keep remember those. What's the final one? Then I did no. Final one is what's that? Absorption. Absorption. At the end, we cannot see exact that absorptions. Then we can see some differences on that our final absorptions. Different mode. What are those? Underabsorptions and overabsorptions. Like that. Good idea. In here, at the end, we are considering absorption rate. AR. In here, we are discussing that only. Got the idea? Now you know the foundation of or layout of that calculations of entire overhead cost. Then in here onwards, we are discussing this part only. By using either method. It's having different kind of methods to measure that absorption costing, no? By using which kind of factors we can measure that absorption costing rate. මොනවද factors consider මේවා අහන්න පුළුවන් exam එකේදී MCQs absorption rate එක measure කරන්නේ කොහොමද budgeted overhead divided by budgeted basis any මොනවද ඒ basis දැන් මේ directly allocate කරන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒ ටික consider කරනවා apportions තියෙනවා නම් apportions කරනවා එහෙම නැත්නම් service departments වල තියෙනවා නම් reapportion කරනවා all together you are taking into account total overhead that's mean upper part of your equation then you need to get identical basis to divide that overheads among that your relevant department. What are the bases? Hours, okay. Which kind of hours? Machine hours, labor hours? Yes, units, number of outputs, huh? Number of outputs or total units. What else? Those are kind of which? Okay. All up. Simple negare a division zone. I think it's 7, 6, no? Not only that 3. What are the others? If you are considering total volumes, තව basis වෙන්න පුළුවන් අපිට overhead එක division එකකට දාන්න ඒ rate එක calculate කරන්න. That's why I'm asking. What's that? Employees, number of employees. It's a kind of basics. We are going in reapportionment and apportionments. I'm asking final absorption rate calculation. Yes. Direct material cost, direct labor cost, or prime cost. Total of both. That material and labor. Those are the identical bases. To calculate which? Absorption rate. Absorption rate. Don't miss out that. මේ total අපේ discussion එකේ මේවා තමයි තියෙන්නේ. ගොඩක් අපි discuss කරන්නේ මේවා තමයි. ඒතර materials දන්නවා, labor දන්නවා, ඒ දෙක simple no. Direct material and direct labor. Then it has only overhead. On that overhead, mainly we are practicing overhead rate, absorption rate. It's based on sometimes we are considering that budgeted values. Budgeted productions with budgeted cost. We are getting some idea regarding the calculations of absorption rate. Then if we are using number of outputs, we can calculate it by using number of outputs regarding the calculations of final outputs or number of units, so anything. Then finally you can calculate entire cost for that relevant productions. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? දැන් රේට් එක දාලා අපි රේට් එකක් තියෙනවා නම් අපි ළඟ ඔයාලා ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන්ස් කීය කරත් ඔයාලා දාන්න පුළුවන් නේ පුතා. එතන මැටීරියල් එකේ කවුන්ට් එක දන්නවා 1500 යුනිට්ස් නම් මෙච්චර තමයි යන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට ඕවර්හෙඩ් එක ඒකට කැල්කියුලේට් කරලා දාන්න තියෙනවා. No hours anything. You are having that rate. Got the idea? මේක මිස් කරන්න එපා. මම තව මේකේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරපු ගොඩක් දේවල් ඔයාලා ක්වෙස්චන්ස් ආපහු කරන්න ඕන රිවිෂන් සෙෂන් එකක් මේක බල්ක් ඒරියා එකක් නේ. ඒකින්ද ඒ ටික මතක තියාගන්න. Got the idea? Right. It's not a simple one. Hard මහන්සි වෙන්න ඕන. අර ලේට් වෙලා ඇවිල්ලා නිකන් අර සිම්පල් කරන්න ගිහින් එක්සෑම් පාස් වෙන්න බෑ. මේක ටයිට් හැම දෙයක් ගැනම හොඳ මයින්ඩ් මැප් කරගෙන කරන්න ඕන වැඩි. එහෙම නැත්නම් අමාරුයි සබ්ජෙක්ට් එක. Right. Okay, next. In here, mainly we are focusing under job costing and batch costing and any costing, these 3 identicals. Direct materials, direct labor and manufacturing overheads. Manufacturing overheads. I think you are knowing that. If you need, you can write down it. What are the core basics? Write down a question. Then what are the core basics? What are the core basics? Factors. Factors aligning with costing, production or the service, right? You can mention direct material, direct labor and manufacturing overheads. Right. Now you can get some idea regarding that. Right. See, direct materials. Raw materials specifically used for the job. In here, we are discussing that job costing, no? That entire part of costing, we are discussing those matters. Huh? In here, I am specified for job costing, but I have given you a question based on that entire part. Right? අපි හැම part එකේදීම කතා කරන්නේ ওই ටික තමයි. Right? In here, direct materials, raw materials is specifically used for that particular job. Under job costing, if you are considering that three factors, right? Usage is traced using the material requisition forms. It has that your MR material requisitions. Based on that, you can consider which kind of capacity you are using for that specific order. Next one, direct labor. Wages for workers directly involved with the particular jobs. Labor cost are traced throughout the time sheets already we had discussed or job tickets. Then you can capture how many hours they have utilized within that particular specific job. Next, manufacturing overheads. Indirect costs such as utilities like electricity, something like that, depreciations, supervisions, factory rents. Those all are aligning with your final productions. But the idea, we are taking into account those as overheads for that entire simple job, category of jobs. Then you can see one example in here. That special thing is each and every job has specific job numbers. It's identical. Got the idea? ඔයාලා job question කරනවා නම් job number එකට තමයි job question කරන්න පුළුවන්. Got the idea? In here you can see it's having J101. Second, it's having direct material, direct labor and applied overhead for that particular job. Got the idea? එතකොට ඔයාලා දන්නවා මේ වගේ job එකකට නම් apply කරන්න මේක simple ද overhead එක දාන එක? No. It's having further calculations regarding that particular process. You have to consider, is it allocated? Is it a apportionment? Is it having kind of reapportionments? Then altogether you are considering final absorption rate to generate this value. But ultimately, you can find out final value as a total value of these three. As which job cost. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Right. මේක notice කරන්න ඕනද? idea එක තියෙනවනේ. මේක තියෙනවනේ. ගන්න පුළුවන්නේ. Very simple. Huh? Right. Go to next. Batch cost. අමාරු නෑනේ. Job cost එකේ කොටස් තුනයි. Batch cost එකෙත් ඒකම තමයි යන්නේ. But you have to recognize that entire mechanism. Right. Second, batch costing, it's also you can see similar types of cost. What's that? Direct material, direct labor and direct overhead, but not only for a single job, that entire batch. It has homogeneous productions or similar productions, or in your examinations, they can use identical productions, all are similar terms. For that, we are producing that batch costing, right? See, direct materials, material used for entire batch. That's the mean. Second, direct labor, labor involved for producing the entire batch. Manufacturing overheads apply proportionately to the batch using the predetermined rates. Predetermined rates means, what's that? මොකද්ද පුතා මේ predetermined rate එක කියන්නේ? ඔව්. මොකක්ද ඒක simply? මේ මොනවද concept එක? Overhead. එතකොට predetermined rate එක කියන්නේ මොකක්ද මේ? Your absorption rate. It's a predetermined rate, no? අපි කලින් එක plan කරලා තියෙන්නේ, budget කරලා තියෙන්නේ මේ වගේ batch එකක්, total batch එකක් එනවා නම් අපිට මේ production එකේ මේක තමයි අපි පාවිච්චි කරන rate එක, absorption rate. That's why we are calculating that particular absorption rate in overheads. Got the idea? Overhead එකේ එකයි අපි predetermined rate එකක් තියාගන්න හැම වෙලාවෙම. Otherwise අපිට එකකින් එකට කරන්න පුළුවන්ද ඒක? Practice the no. ඔයාලා consider කරනවා total එක කොහොමද යන්න පුළුවන්? Total value එක total value එක ගන්නවා. Total value එකට number of total labors අපිට මෙච්චර යනවා නම් අපි මේක තමයි එක batch එකකට අපි rate එක විදියට ගන්නෙ. එහෙම නැත්නම් එක unit එකකට rate එක විදියට ගන්නෙ. Absorption rates. Number of outputs or number of machine hours, labor hours ඒවා consider කරලා තමයි අපි predetermined rate එකක් හදාගන්නේ. It's the absorption rate. එතකොට මේ බැච් එකට ඔයාලා hours 100 නම් use කරලා තියෙන්නේ 100 hours නම් ඔයාලගේ predetermined rate එක 50 නම් බැච් එකේ overhead rate එක කීයද? overhead cost එක 5000. Got the idea? 5000. 50 rupees our predetermined absorption rate regarding that particular batch. That batch we are using 100 labor hours or 100 machine hours as that entire batch. Then total cost is 5000. 5000. Only that. Got the idea? Predetermined rate එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ batch එකට කීයද ගත්තේ එච්චරයි. Got the idea? That's why we are calculating absorption rates. Simple. But that factors are important to getting final idea. Otherwise, you are calculating different values. Got the idea? ඒක තමයි අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලාම overhead calculations කරේ. ඒතර ඒකෙන් අපි මොනවද කරන්නේ? absorption rate එකක් හොයාගන්නවා. ඒ practice එක ඇතුළට. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඒ department එකට, ඒ production එකට. ඒතර ඒ rate එක තමයි අපි හැම වෙලාවෙම apply කරන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? ඒක තමයි mechanism එක. ඒතර හැම වෙලාවෙම හදන්න ඕනද? නෑ හැමදාම හදන්න ඕනේ නෑ. ඒ setup එකට ඔයාලා හදලා තියෙන්නේ absorption rate එක. ඒවා වෙනස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට. utilities වෙනස් වුණොත් prices ඔන්න ඔයාලට ආපහු calculate එකක් කරන්න වෙනවා. depreciations වෙනස් වුණොත් calculate එකක් කරන්න වෙනවා. like that. Otherwise you can use that predetermined rate as a overhead absorptions, right? In here at the end you can finally finding out cost per unit. That cost per unit means total cost divided by number of unit in that particular batch. Ultimately you can get final cost per units. Got the idea? ඔව්ද නැද්ද? තේරුණාද නැද්ද? තේරුණා. මේ මොනවද total batch cost එක කියන්නේ? What's that? Total batch cost. හරි හරි. අර තොල් මතුරන්න එපා. අපි මොනවද අර ස්වාමීන් වහන්සේලා තියාගෙන පිරිත් කියන්නේ නැහනේ. ඔව්. ආන්සර් එකක් කියන්නේ. Total batch cost means what are the components? Yes, direct material, direct labor and manufacturing overheads for entire batch or total batch. Second, number of units in the batch. Output කරපු output capacity එක. Only that. Got the idea? Right. See one example. Right. In here. මේක පොඩක් notice එකක් දාගමුද අපි? Calculation එකක් විදියට very simple. Example palm nest foods. Right. Example of palm nest foods. Example of palm nest food. එතකොට details ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ calculation එක විතරක් දාගමු. Then you know these all. Right. In here directly it has direct material, direct labor and applied overheads. Write down those as an answer. Answer එකක් විදියට දාගන්න. මොකද්ද measure කරේ කියලා බලන්න. Right. Direct material 50,000, direct labor 20,000, applied overhead 30,000 for that particular batch. And that batch capacity is 1,000 coconut water bottles. 1,000 coconut water bottles. 1,000 coconut water bottles. මේක ලියාගත්තා නම් ඇතියා. Direct material, direct labor, applied overheads. Next one, 1,000 coconut water bottles. Right. Got the idea? Right. Then write down equation. ඊට පස්සේ ලියාගන්න equation එක. එතකොට ඔයාලට idea එක එනවා. This one. This equation, cost per unit equal total batch cost divided by number of units in batch. Number of units in batch. Number of units in batch. Is it okay? Right. Now you can generate your calculations, right? First part is total batch cost. Total batch cost interpret by three sections: direct labor, direct material and overheads. Total is equal to what? Total කීයද? 100,000. Okay. Then number of units in the batch, 1000 units, 1000 bottles. Then you can find out cost per unit. Cost per unit. 100. Very simple, no? Right. 100. In here, you can see that final answer. Cost per unit is 100. Simple, no? Adana දෙයක් තියෙනවද නැහැ. Job also similar. Job cost එක කිව්වම why? සීතලයි. මේ කීයක තියෙන 24. එහෙනම් අර corner row එකට යන්න. මේක වැඩි කරොත් එහෙම heat වෙනව නේද? හවුද නැද්ද? Is it okay? අනේ ඒවත් දන්නේ මට දැන් 60ක් වෙනවා. මට ඕකේ. ඔයාලට තාම 30ක්වත් නැහැ. කොහොම බෑ. කොල්ලෝ නම් කොහොමද ඉන්න ඕන? ඇක්ටිව්ලි ඉන්න ඕන. හැම වෙලාවෙම හීට් වෙලා ඉන්න ඕන. දෙන්න බලන්න වගේ අත. හෑන්ඩ් එක දෙන්න. මේ පට්ට කෝල්ඩ්. එහෙම බෑ. දැන් මගේ අත දැක්කනේ. ඔව් ඒක හීට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. හැම වෙලාවෙම ඇක්ටිව් ඉන්නවා කියන්නේ මොනවද වෙන්නේ? බ්ලඩ් හීට් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? බෝයිස්ලා කොහොමත් එහෙම ඇක්ටිව් ඉන්න ඕන. හීට් වෙලා ඉන්න ඕන. මේ ඇකිල්ලා ඉන්න බෑ. ඒක තමයි ගර්ල්ස්ලා. අර අහලා තියෙනව නේද? එකම බෙඩ් එකේ 2 versions තියෙනවා කියලා. සිංගල් බෙඩ්. ඔයාලා more than 18 නෝ? 18 වැඩි නේද? right. එකම බෙඩ් එකේ මේක අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම සීසන්ස් දෙකක් තියෙන්නේ. ඩබල් බෙඩ් එකේ. එක පැත්තක හස්බන්ඩ් ඉන්නවා අනිත් පැත්තේ වයිෆ් ඉන්නවා. වයිෆ්ට සමහරලාට අර ෂීට්ස් පහක් විතර පොරවන් ඉන්නේ. හස්බන්ඩ් සමහර වෙලාවට ෂෝට් එකක් විතරයි දාන් ඉන්නේ. එකම ලොකේෂන් එකේ. ඇයි ඒ? එයාට කෝල්ඩ් එක ෆීල් වෙනවා. නමුත් හස්බන්ඩ් එහෙම තියනවද? නෑ බෝයිස්ලට එහෙම නෑ ආ. ඒකින්ද මේ කෝල්ඩ් එක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න. රයිට් ඒක ඉම්පෝටන්ට්. ගොඩ දෙයිද? එකම ඒරියා එකේ 2 sessions. බෝයිස්ලට මොනවද වෙන්නේ? ගොඩක් හීට්. ඒ හැටි පිරිමි අයගේ. පැහැදිලිද? අපි ඒක තමයි ඇක්ටිව් කියන්නේ. රයිට් ලේඩීස්ලා එහෙම නෑ. දැන් මෙයාලට කෝල් කිව්වනම් මම ඒක ඇක්සෙප්ට් කරනවද නැද්ද? ඇක්සෙප්ට් කරනවා. රයිට්. බොයිස්ලට කෝල් කිව්වම මම දන්නවා එතකොට මයින්ඩ් එක වාගේ පොඩ්ඩක් ඉන්ඇක්ටිව් එකනේ ඉන්නේ ඇක්ටිව් නෑ. එහෙම බෑ ඇක්ටිව් ඉන්න ඕන. රයිට්. එතකොට මේ කැපැසිටි එක දරා ගන්න පුළුවන්. දැන් මම ළඟ ඉඳලත් මං හීට් නේ. good idea. එතකොට ඔයා මේ සෙෂන් එකට හොඳ පවර්ෆුලි පාර්ටිසිපේට් කරනවා නම් ඔයාට කෝල්ඩ් නෑ. ආයෙ එතකොට හීට් එකේ ඉන්නවා. පැහැදිලිද? රයිට්. ආයෙ යන්නේ නෑ නේද? මේක අඩු කරන්න. රයිට්. ඕකේ. ඒ මොනවද? practical sessions for your lives, all lives. Go to next. Right. In here, you can get in some idea regarding as key points. Right. See, job question is best for customized unique order where the cost must be traced individually. අපේ individual product එකකට නම් ගන්න තියෙන්නේ ගොඩක් වෙලාවට select කරන්න ඕන ගාලා මොකක්ද? job cost එක. පැහැදිලිනේ? Right. Second එක batch question is best for group of this one identical units. Identical units, not customized units. We are producing some number of units, but those are not identical. Then you cannot consider that particular batch costing. පැහැදිලිද? customized වෙලා තියෙනවා නම් අපිට ගන්න පුළුවන් දෙයක. අමාරුයි පුතා. ඒතකොට different cost නේ තියෙන්නේ. In material or labor or anything. We are using some different specialists as a direct laborers for that. Got the idea? Then we cannot use that batch costing. But is it having that identical units or similar units, similar production, then we can use which? Batch costing. Those are the identical basics. In between job costing and batch costing. Got the idea? Right. Both systems facilitate decision makings of pricing and the profitability analysis and providing details for that particular decision makings of managers. Right. That's the mean behind that. But ultimately, we are using these all kind of cost calculations or per unit calculations for setting our final prices or getting some final decision as accept of that particular special order or reject. Accept or reject. ඔයාලා cost එක set කරලා selling price එකක් දෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් price එකක් දෙනවා ඒ job එකට අදාළව. සමහරවිට ඒක customer accept කරන්න පුළුවන්, reject කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් කස්ටමර් සමහරලාට ඔයාලට ඔප්ෂන් එකක් දෙනවා අපිට මේ ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක මේ බැජ් එක හදලා දෙන්න 5 millions 5 millions වලට හදලා දෙන්න කියලා. එතකොට ඔයාලා batch cost එකක් ගාලා බලනවා. ඒක ඔයාලට එනවා හොඳ margin එකකට. ඔයාලට 4 millions වගේ හදා ගන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට ඔයාලා දන්නවා 1 million ඔයාලට margin එකක් profit එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා. Then you can accept that particular project or that special order. Like that we are practicing this one for both mechanisms. Sometimes we are using it for setting selling prices or final prices, or we are getting some decisions as acceptance or rejections of that specific order. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද? Right. Note down it. What are the key identicals in job and batch costing? Job and batch costing. Right. You can mention these three. It's important for your MCQs. That job costing best for which? Individual customized productions. Batch costing for identical units of productions or group of productions. Third one, both systems are important for decision makings, pricing and profitability analysis. Profitability analysis. Right. That's enough. Okay. This is the third concept. First, job costing. Second, batch costing. This one is contract costing. Contract costing. Right. Write down a question. What is mean by contract costing? What is mean by contract costing? Right. We'll discuss it later. Write down it later. පස්සෙලියමු ඉස්සෙල්ලා බලමු. Right. See, contract costing is used to describe a job costing system that is applied to relative large cost units that take considerable amounts of time to complete. Within a project, I told you, it has kind of scope base, it has kind of cost base, it has a kind of time basis as kind of constraints or the limitations. Got the idea? But in here, that contract costing, it has predetermined period of times. Say for an example, in that Mahayava area these days, they are constructing that tunnel, no? In that road. It's not a simple task. We have to consume more than 1 year, 2 year, more than that to complete that exact contract. But you have to consider it having kind of predetermined your revenue capacity, like 1 million, no 10 million, no 100 million, anything. Got the idea? Then you cannot measure your profitability within that exact period of times. Why is that? You are doing some expenses on that construction situation. Got the idea? පුතා ඔයාලා ඉස්සෙල්ලා තියෙන ඔයාලා accept කරලා තියෙනවා project එක මේ 1 million තමයි ඔයාලට කරන්න ඕන කියලා. පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට ඔයාලා යන stages වල ඔයාලට profitability එක calculate කරන එක ගොඩක් අමාරුයි. පැහැදිලිද? Why is that? It's having only your expenditures as cost. Got the idea? Then you have to consider by using that particular cost capacity in here, like this example. Is it having total cost of 8 million? Say for an example, you are having revenue of what? Rupees 1 million. After completions of your final projects, then you are having 2 million of profit. Isn't it? පැහැදිලිද? ඔයාලගේ contract එකේ ඔයාලා ආදායම විදියට දැන් revenue එක විදියට plan කරලා තියෙනවා 1 million. Cost එක විදියට ඔයාලාගේ plan එක තියෙනවා 8 million. No. 10 million, no? Now it's okay, no? 10 millions. it's equal to 8 million as which cost. Then your total revenue, total profit is this after completion of that tunnel. දැන් tunnel example එකනේ ගත්තේ. tunnel එකේ ඔයාලගේ බජට් එක ගත්තොත් එහෙනම් බජට් එකේ ඔයාලගේ total revenue එක තියෙනවා 10 million එක ගවර්න්මන්ට් එකෙන් ඔයාලට පාස් කරන්න ඕන treasury එකෙන් පාස් කරන්න ඕන කියලා හිතන්නකෝ. treasury එකේ construction එකක් එහෙම නැත්නම් central bank එකකින් තමයි පාස් කරන්නේ. ඒතර ඔයාලා cost එක schedule කරලා තියෙනවා 8 millions. ඒතර ඔයාලට complete කරාම තමයි මොනවද මේ process එක ඇතුලේ profit එකක් එන්නේ. පැහැදිලිද? දැන් ඔයා ඉන්නවා මේ situation එකේ. දැන් මොනවද middle situation එකේ? දැන් ඔයා බලන්න ඕන ඔයාලගේ profitability එක කොහොමද තියෙනවද නැද්ද කියලා measure කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? can or can't? in simply මොනවා හරි mechanism එකක් ඔයාලට idea එකක් එනවද? contract එකේ ඔයාලට තියෙන මොනවද? total revenue එකයි total cost එකයි. පැහැදිලිද? ඔව්. ඔයාලට ඕන මොනවා හරි stage එකක. එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔයාලා contract වල අපි project වල පාවිච්චි කරන phases කියලා අහලා ඇති. phases. කොයි හරි තැනකදී එහෙම නැත්නම් milestone එකක්. කොයි හරි තැනකදී ඔයාලට profit එක measure කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද මේම? පුළුවන්. කොහොමද? නිකන් idea එකක් කියන්න බලන්න. තියෙන විදියට. Yes පුතා. anyone? You are having only records for your expenditures or cost. ඔයාලා material වලට labours ලට month on month pay කරන්න ඕනේ. එහෙම නැත්නම් week by week or day by day pay කරන්න ඕනද නැද්ද? pay කරන්න ඕන. දැන් මං කිව්වේ මේ දැන් ඉන්න situation එක. දැන් මොනවද tunnel එක හරලා අර half of works constructions පොඩ්ඩක් කරලා තියෙනවා. concretes පොඩ්ඩක් layout කරලා තියෙනවා. දැන් ඔයාලට profit ද නැද්ද කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් බලා ගන්න ඕන. මං අහන්නේ ඒකට මොනවා හරි idea එකක් තියෙනවද ඔයාලට measure කරගන්න පුළුවන්? ඔව් ඔව් තියෙනවා idea එකක් තියෙනවා. idea එක තමයි කියන්න ඕන. මේව කියන්න පුළුවන් මොන කොහොමද measure කරන්නේ? Yes. On that, we try to generate this concept percentage of completion. Percentage of completion. Got the idea? දැන් ඔයාලගේ in here you are having only cost records no. මම කියවනේ ඔයාලගේ තියෙන මොනවද? cost එක නැත්නම් expenditure records. ඒතර ඔයාලගේ total cost එක ඒකේ plan කරපු විදිහට කීයද මම කිව්වේ? 8 millions no. total cost එක total revenue එක 10 million total cost එක 8 millions. මෙහෙමනේ තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට ඔයාලගේ profit එක කීයක් තියෙනවද? 2 millions. 2 millions. On that particular very simple ලා. මේවා simple calculations. මේ වගේ ඉතර advanced logic නෑ. Right? එතකොට 2 million තමයි ඔයාලගේ at the end you can generate that profit or profitability of 2 millions. Right. Now you are in some extent or some pace. Right. So you can find out your that position based on your expenditures. Right. Your total expenditure is this 8 millions. In your that current situation, if you are having some records of expenditure up to the capacity of 5 million or 4 million or any millions, you can directly find out your percentage of completion. Got the idea? Say for an example in here, very simple. We can take into account 6 millions. 6 millions. Already you had done your expenditures up to 6 million. Then you can find out your completion percentages. Multiply by 100. What's the percentage? What's the percentage? Make calculate kala answer කියන්න. Percentage එක කීයද කියලා. ඔයාලගේ total cost එක 8 million යන්න ඕන වැඩේ කරන්න. මේ වෙනකොට ඔයාලා 6 million expenditure කරලා තියෙනවා. What's the percentage? Do your calculations. 75%, no? 75%. That's the completion capacity. Got the idea? ඔයාලා දැන් expenditure කරලා තියෙනවා 75%. You are having that. ඒතර ඔයාලගේ revenue එක 10 million. ඒතර ඔයාලා මේ capacity එකට ඔයාලගේ revenue එක generate කරගන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. ඔයා total 100% complete කරොත් 10 million. දැන් ඔයා ඉන්නේ 75%. Then how is your revenue? ඔයා මේ time එකට revenue එක කොච්චර තියෙනවද එතකොට? 7.5 million. 7.5 million. එතකොට ඔයාගේ exact cost එක 6 million. Then how is your profit? 1.5 million. That's the way. In here we are discussing that. Only that. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? එතකොට cost එක base කරලා තමයි ඔයාලා measure කරන්නේ percentage of completion. Then by using that you can find out your revenue capacity in that particular percentage of completions. Then ultimately you can generate by using some equations. Equations කීපයක් ඇති අපි ඒක බලමු. Right? That's the way. Right. Right. That's the method. Now, percentage of completion method. In here we are using for contract. Right. Make a note down. Contract is a, write down an answer. Contract is a long-term attempt to produce final deliverable, to produce final deliverables, full stop, final deliverable, or bulls. Sometimes it having single deliverable or sometimes multiple deliverable. Right. Full stop. On that widely using percentage of completion method to generate profit. Right. Then write down this formula. Percentage of complete equal total incurred cost to date divided by total estimated contract cost multiplied by 100. If you need, you can put brackets. Otherwise, without bracket, you can use that equation. No? Bracket එක දැම්මත් එකයි නැතත් එකයි ඒක එච්චර important නෑ. Clear? පැහැදිලිද? Cost incurred to date. Cost incurred to date means you are that determining date. වා guess කරන එහෙම නැත්නම් වා determine කරන date එකට. Right? See this example. Like my example. මම ගත්තෙත් මේකම තමයි. Project total estimated cost is 8 million and the rupees 6 million has been spent so far up to this point. Then the 6 million is the to date cost. This is the entire cost, total cost. Then percentage is 75%. Got the idea? Very simple. Don't note it. Make a note කරන්න එපා. අපි වෙන එකක් note කරගමු. Right. Next, revenue recognition. Revenue recognition equation. Right. You can note down it. Revenue to date equal contract price multiplied by percentage of complete. Contract price multiplied by percentage of completion. 10 million into 75%, it's equal to 7.5 million. Like that example. Then 10 million කියලා අරන් තියෙන්නේ. If the total contract price is 10 million and the project is 75% complete up to that particular date, then you can see the total revenue up to that particular date is 7.5 million. Right. Go to next. Right. In here, you can use that particular calculations in different phases. Early stages, middle stages, or near to completions. Near to completions in practically. Got the idea? In this one, early stage are somewhat complicated. You are having no records regarding your cost. So therefore, on that most probably, I mean, you cannot develop some profitability of that particular early stages. You are having some simple records regarding your initiatives. පටන් ගත්ත වැඩ ටික විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. But in these 2 points, you can generate some profitabilities. Got the idea? Proportionate amounts of profit recognized based on the work completed as a cost estimates and project outcomes become more reliable. In here, you can see some reliable calculations in middle stages and near of completions, like 75%, 75 or 90. Up to that, we can see near completions. In middle stage means most probably 50 to 60. මැද ඉන්නේ 50ට ඒ වගේ ගින් තියෙනවා නම් ඔයාලට middle stage එකේ measurement එකක් දාගන්න පුළුවන් එහෙම නැත්නම් near to complete. That's the way. In that conservation approach මේක සමහරවිට ආන්න පුළුවන් stages මොනවද කියලා exam එකේ. මතක තියාගන්න පුළුවන් නම් මම note එකක් නොදී ඉන්නම්. Right? It has early stage, middle stage and near to completion stage. It's having no this that particular slides is available now. You can get that idea after reading that, right? Sometimes they will ask. Right. Then I shift to next. Right. In here, profit to date, it's equal revenue to date minus cost incurred to date. I mean, simply you are having, I had measured it, no? You can write down this formula also. May formula එකක් දාගන්න පුතා third එක. Profit to date is equal revenue to date minus cost incurred to date. Cost incurred to date. Right. Now you can write down this one as an example. මේක ලියලා then calculate කරන්න මෙතෙන්ට එනකම්. Already it's 7, already we had done, but by using equations, you can do it. Write down this example. Construction contract price is 10 million, cost incurred to date 6 million, total estimated cost is 8, percentage of completions 75%. Directly they have given, then you can find out this value. Profit to date. And tell me. Profit to date is equal to revenue to date is percentage of completion means 10 million into 75% minus cost incurred to date, directly they have given 6 million. Then finally, profit to date is 1.5 million. 1.5 million, isn't it? But anyhow, keep remember, you are going within this, huh? Without using this, you can find out it. Got the idea? Exam එකේ මේක නොදී ඉන්න පුළුවන්. මේ details දෙන්න පුළුවන්. Then you can find out percentage of completions by using which? Cost estimations. Cost estimations. 6 million divided by 8 million multiplied by 100. Then you can generate 75%, right? Okay. In here, you can see that particular answer. Final answer is this 1.5 million. Right. Okay. So these all are going within specific orders. that job costing, batch costing, and contract costing. Contract costing, right? Then we are coming within your continuous operations. Continuous operation. On that, we are practicing process costing. What's the concept? Process costing, right? It's a kind of advanced concept. In here, I think I had seen it's having only few calculations based on your that basic knowledge in this semester or this period, right? In your that second period, sometimes it's having that equivalent unit calculations, right? But I think you know that in your double AT periods or in that previous sessions in that chartered accountancy, we are practicing all, by using that FIFO method, weighted average methods like that. We can generate final that equivalent unit calculations. But in here, we are going within some few identical facts. පොඩි කීපයක් විතරයි කතා කරන්නේ. බය වෙන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. Very simple. Right. In here, like previous, we are using three concepts of our cost. What's that? Material, labors, and overheads. Material, labors, and overheads. Got the idea? For which our continuous operation. Our continuous operations. මොනවද examples ලියලා තියෙන්නේ කියලා බලන්න පුතා ඒ වගේ continuous operations වල අපි at the starting point of I think it's 7. අර late comers ලඟ නැතුව ඇති. මොනවද continuous operations? Chemical industries, food industries, oil refining, like that. Those are kind of this kind of, I mean, furnitures, producing of furnitures. We can see some continuous operations. It's having different kind of layers of processes, like that, right? ඇවිල්ලා එක එක මොඩල් එක කට්ටිය ඔළුව දාලා යනවා අපි අර වෙන ලොකේෂන් එකක ඉන්නේ නේද මේ යාළුවා ක්ලාස් එකේ ඉන්නේ නැති අපි අද අරන් තියෙන්නේ right anyhow okay right මේක පොඩ්ඩක් අපි notice කරගමු write down subheading process costing write down subheading process costing yes come okay take a seat. We are starting lectures on 8 a.m. Got the idea? Right. Take a seat. Right. Under that, write down what are the key characteristics. What are the key write down a heading now. After wait for a while. 3 pages of it. It was stuck. What are the key characteristics of process costing? Process costing, right? Already we had discussed those matters, but keep remember, right? It's 7 continuous operation. Continuous operations. Cycle එකක් තමයි තියෙන operation එකේ. එක cycle එකක් ඉවරුණා period එක ඊළඟ cycle එක පටන් ගන්නවා. Got the idea? But on that you can see different prices in different mode of factors. In labors, materials, or something like that. Other overheads. Then based on that entire period, we are considering these all matters. Not only that, it's having some another part, right? Continuous productions. Second one, homogeneous productions. Homogeneous productions. So identical productions, similar productions. අපි එකම දේ තමයි හදන්නේ process costing එක ඇතුලේ. Keep remember. Third one, cost accumulated by process or department. I told you earlier, sometimes it's having number of process 1, process 2, process 3, like that. Then we can accumulate cost for that particular process as a process 1, process 2, or process 3. පැහැදිලිද? දැන් මේ අර ඔයාලට example එක මම කිව්වේ furniture හදද්දි. එතකොට පළවෙනි එක අපි ගන්නේ steel works නම් steel එක තමයි පළවෙනි එක. එතකොට අපි accumulate කරන්න cost එක process එකට. ඊට පස්සේ second එකට, third එකට. Or otherwise, if you are using particular department as a manufacturing department, as a fixing, assembling, finishing like that, then we can assign that particular cost for that relevant departments. Anyhow. Got the idea? Right. Next one, average unit cost. Each and every production cycles, we are considering that average cost. It's not similar for entire continuous operations. Only similar for that particular cycle. A cycle එකට විතරයි ඒක similar වෙන්නේ. ඒකට අපි measure කරනවා variances ඔක්කොම calculate කරනවා. Right. Note down it. Average unit cost. Unit cost determined by dividing total process cost by number of unit produced. Finished goods produced. Got the idea? Right. Next one, work in process or work in progress. Work in progress. All of the cycles at the end, we can see that remaining stocks as raw materials or work in process. Why is that? It's a continuous operation, no? අපි දැන් 31 නතර කරා 31 අපි accounts ගන්නවා කියලා operation එක නතර වෙනවද? නෑ 31ක් තියෙනවා පළවෙනිදක් තියෙනවා. ඒතකොට 31 වැඩ කරලා ඉතුරු වෙන ටික ඔයාලගේ accounts ගන්න වෙන්නේ remaining stocks විදියට. Sometimes directly they are having as a raw materials of keyboard, so that bars as steel bars as raw material. Sometimes it has some cutting points. මේ sizes වලට cut කරපු steels තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. මේ sizes වලට cut කරපු sheets තියෙන්න පුළුවන් නේද? MDF sheets. එතකොට ඒව මොනවද? Work in process. Or work in progresses. Got the idea? Like that. But anyhow, we can see that three variety of remaining stocks. සමහරවල් transfer කරපු නැති finished goods තියෙන්නත් පුළුවන්. But anyhow, that simple identical fact is we can see WIPs in that continuous operations. Next one, industries. Those are kind of examples. Already you had wrote that. Chemicals, beverages, cements, many of the organizations in Sri Lanka in manufacturing cycles, they are using that process costing mechanism in their continuous operations or general operation. Got the idea? Right. Now you are having that idea, but on that it has kind of special things. So each and every productions, we can see some wastages. We can see some wastages. Say for an example in here that based on my that general example of manufacturing tables, right? So by using these keyboards or that MDF boards, if you are cut down that particular cycles in here, we are using rectangles. Sometimes you can see some circles, no? Got the idea? Sometimes you can see some circles, no? On that, you do not use that entire part of your wood or the keyboards. Got the idea? Or if you are producing this kind of shirts or t-shirts, you are using basic materials, no? Basic materials. Then if you are going within that cutting of your that identical sizes as small, large or XL or something like that, first you have to cut down your sleeves, no? Sleeves you need. And also front sides and your back sides of that layers. You have to cut down. Then you are using that entire piece to cut down that. On that, your recognitions of that particular sizes of this small, large and XL, you are having experience regarding which that your wastage of entire ribbon or entire capacity of your clothes. Got the idea? Generally, we call it as a normal loss. It's having. In here also similar. If you are cut down these boards, at the end, you have to accept some kind of wastage at the end. Like that, in that process costing. Generally, that concepts we are recognizing as with normal loss. Normal loss. It's acceptable. But in some of the situations, we can see it's more than that. Then example, say for an example, it's 75% of total materials. අපි හිතුවොත් එහෙම අපි ගන්න සම්පූර්ණ materials වලින් 5% තමයි අපිට මේක loss වෙන්න පුළුවන්. පැහැදිලිද? සමහර වෙලාවට මේක 7.5 වෙන්න පුළුවන්. Based on some inefficient situations. අලුත් ට්‍රේනි කෙනෙක් දාලා කට් කරනවා piece එක භාගයක් විතර use කරන්න වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Abnormal loss. Got the idea? ඒක වෙන concept එකක්. It's depend on mainly inefficiencies. It's not the acceptable one. We have to do some investigations regarding the abnormal losses. Got the idea? Or some of the situations we can see below of that rate. We are accepting 5%, but in some of the scenario we can see it's only up to 4%. Then we are having which? Opposite of my previous word. What's that? Abnormal gain. Previously it has abnormal loss, but in this kind of scenario we can see which? Abnormal gains. In these process cycles, generally we can see these kind of losses and gains. Got the idea? Right. Go to next. In here, it's having that key identical facts relating to the process costing. Now, where we are using process costing. See, provides accurate product costing for mass productions. Mass productions means higher capacity of productions in homogeneous, similar productions. Help set prices and control set identify the cost per units. At the end, you can get some idea. Aids the performance measurements across the departments, useful inventory valuation in financial statements. Finally, you have to generate final value of your raw material stocks, work in progress stocks, and finished production stocks. So all kind of purpose in your financial statements, you can measure your financial inventories by using this process costing mechanism. But the idea, it has kind of calculations by using those. You can measure these all types of inventories of your financial statements, right? Go next. Those are the three identical concepts. Three identical concepts in process costing. Normal loss, and abnormal gain, right? Note down it. What is mean by what is mean by what is mean by normal loss, and abnormal gain. Normal loss, and abnormal gain. So previously we were using some account calculations like credit debits in this process accounting, but nowadays contemporary we are using smart mechanisms. So therefore we are using some statements to generate that final values. එතකොට ඔයාලා double AD හරි මොනවා හරි කලින් ස්ටඩි කරලා තියෙනවා නම් ගොඩක් වෙලාවට ඕක T account එක තමයි ගැව්වේ අපි. process accounts. දැන් ඒක එච්චර consider කරන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් values තමයි create කරන්නේ by using your device. Under that, if you are using that kind of softwares or some Excels, you can simply generate that final values, right? Okay, මේක note කරගන්නකෝ මොනවද කියලා examples එකම තියෙනවා. Write down an answer. මේ තුනේම ලියාගන්න answer එකක්. important වෙනවා exam එකට. The expected and unavoidable wastages are naturally occurs in the productions. That's the natural. See these terms, unavoidables. We cannot miss out that. And also we are expecting that wastage, normal loss. We are accepting that. Say for an example, in similar example, अब මොනවද අර petroleum corporations fill කරනවානේ petrol කොහෙන්ද අර සපුගස් කන්දෙන් fill කරලා ජැෆ්නා යනවා. හිතන්නකො liters 33,000 fill කරාට loading කරාට මේක ජැෆ්නා ගිහින් unload කරනකොට 33,000 ම යාලට unload කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ, can't. Based on the heat, we can see this evaporations. මොනවද අර වාෂ්ප වෙන්න පුළුවන් heat එකට නේද? ඔව්. එවන trimmings වෙන්න පුළුවන් අර cutting එකේ වගේ නම් trimmings. cut කරනකොට කොටසක් අයින් කරලා දාන්න වෙනවා. trimmings. එවන නැත්නම් shrinkings. දැන් ඔය tea factories වල එහෙම tea kilos වලට ඔයාලා raw materials ගත්තට ඒවා light weight කරාම shrink වෙනවා නේද? ඇකිලෙනවා කියන්නේ. එතකොට capacities අඩුයි. got the idea? Shrinkings. එතකොට ඒව මොනවද අපි accept කරන්න ඕන cost එකක් විදියට. got the idea? Right. The second thing, abnormal loss. Any wastage beyond the acceptable levels. That's mean normal levels or normal loss. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වන loss එකට වැඩිය වැඩිපුර වෙනවා නම් unexpected. Usually due to inefficiencies or the errors of the process. We can see abnormal losses. Third concept, abnormal gain. When the actual wastage is less than the accepted. අපි expect කරා normal loss 5%, but it's only up to 4.5%. Then 0.5% is kind of advantage to our cost. When the actual wastage is less than the expected normal loss, results in the more usable of output than the plan. It has kind of aberrations or efficiencies, more efficiencies. Clear? Okay, in here it's having kind of examples, right? Examples of normal losses. Evaporation during the chemical processes, we can see. Burn එකත් එක්ක heat එකත් එක්ක වාෂ්ප වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ process එක ඇතුලේ සමහර දේවල් නැති වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන්. Got the idea? It's acceptable. Shrinking during the textile dyes. Textile dyes වල shrink වෙන්න පුළුවන්. එහෙම නැත්නම් මේ layout cut down කරනකොට pieces අපිට ඒක shrink වෙලා යන්න පුළුවන් නේද? කොටස් trimming, wastage from garment cuttings, like that. Those are kind of examples, but these kind of normal losses are acceptable and also it's having inherent nature. Inherent means සහජයෙන් ඔය අය වැඩේ කරනකොට automatically ඒ loss එක දරා ගන්න වෙනවා organization එකට. Got the idea? Say for an example, if you are producing that rice, but you are purchasing or you are acquiring your paddy by using different capacities of kilos. Got the idea? But after processing rice, paddy to rice, you can see that kind of scenarios, no? You have to eliminate that husk එක එම අයින් කරන්න වෙනව නේද? අර දායිය කියන කොටස් අයින් කරන්න වෙනවා, polishings යනවා. එතකොට මෙතන paddy වල 10 kg ගත්තට සමහරවල් 7.5 kg වගේ තමයි rice product කරන්න වෙන්නේ. Got the idea? Like that, that kind of loss is acceptable, normal loss. You have to accept that loss. Then finally you can set the price. But anyhow, some of the situations, so many of the situations, we can see some scrap values of these normal losses. Got the idea? Scrap values. අර තියෙනවද term එක? Scrap value. We can solve that normal loss for different purposes or different industries. දැන් අර garment එකේ cut කරන අර piece cut කරාම ඉතුරු වෙන ටික අපි සමහර වෙලාවට ඔය කොයිද මාර්ගම් පැත්තේම තියෙන අර පොඩි පොඩි garment factories වලට අපිට දෙන්න පුළුවන්. එතකොට scrap value එකක් තියෙනවා අපිට. Got the idea? එතකොට මේකෙදි අපි consider කරනවා scrap value එකක්. normal loss එකත් කියන්නේ scrap values තියෙනවා නම් ඒක අපිට income එකක් විදිහට generate කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Got the idea? Then we can eliminate some capacity of that our expenditure or the cost. Got the idea? Right. It's another kind of concepts we'll see. In here, the normal loss treatments, right? Considered inherent that the process is included in the process cost. Generally, we cannot ignore that particular cost. It's identical. Now, the cost is normal loss is not assigned directly. Instead, it absolutely cost for the good units produced. That's mean we are ignoring that particular normal loss from our entire capacity of outputs. Say for an example, if we are having 100 kgs of raw materials, after we are producing, is it having 10% of normal loss? We are taking into account only 900 kg as our final output. Got the idea? We are ignoring which? Our normal loss capacity. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you are considering our income based on, the total expenditure, we are ignoring scrap value of normal loss. Say for an example in here, that 1000 kg of that paddy or anything, if we are expenditure do the expense of 1 million, that total 1 million is relating to which? 900 kg. That's the exact thing. But is it having any scrap values? We have to reduce against that total cost. Got the idea? That's the second thing. එතකොට ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන් එක විදිහට අපි ගන්නේ 100,000ද නෑ. thousands නෙමෙයි මේ normal loss එක අඩු කරන ප්‍රමාණය තමයි final output එක විදිහට ගන්නෙ. That's the first thing. Second thing, total cost එක ගන්නවා. Total cost එකෙන් scrap value එකක් තියෙනවා නම් මොකද කරන්නේ? අඩු කරනවා. That's the treatment. Got the idea? ආවද ඔළුවට idea එක? Okay. Simple තියෙනවනේ. We'll see an example. Right. Write down this. Write down. කම්මැලි නේද? එහෙම වෙන්න එපා. Input material 1000 kgs, cost of raw material 200,000, conversion cost 100,000, total process cost is 300,000. කොහොම 300,000 ආවේ? Raw materials plus conversion cost. Conversion cost means labor cost plus overhead. Generally we call it as a conversion cost. I think we had studied that concepts, no? Direct labor plus direct material. Direct labor plus direct material. What's that cost? Prime cost. Direct labor plus manufacturing overheads equal conversion cost. Conversion cost. Got the idea? It's a two concepts, dual concepts. In here, directly they have given raw materials and conversion cost. Conversion cost means direct labor and manufacturing overheads. Right. Then total process cost is 300,000. Expected normal loss 10%. Scrap value of normal loss is 20 per kg. 20 per kg. Simply tell me how is your per unit cost calculation? Simple නිකන් අපි දැන් කතා කරපු දේවල් වලින් කියන්න බලන්න පොඩ්ඩක් ඔළුවට එන විදියට. What are the main identical things we are considering in that normal loss? This one, no? Total process cost. Consider කරනවද නැද්ද? Consider කරනවා. Right? It has 300,000. And also final output. Final output. How many units? How many units? 100. 900. Is it okay? මෙහෙම කරන්න එපා. ඕකේ නම් ඕකේ කියන්න නැත්නම් නෑ කියන්නේ. 1000 or 900. හරි. Tell me your answer. 900. Okay. Your answer? What's the answer? 900. No? Why is that? We are accepting which? Normal loss. අපි accept කරනවනේ normal loss එක. එතකොට මේ 1000 kg ම අපිට final output එකේ තියෙනවද? බෑ මෙතන normal loss එකක් දාලා තියෙනවනේ. Normal loss is 10%. මෙතන indicate කරලා කියනවා 100 kgs කියලා. එතකොට 1000 minus 100 it's equal to 900. Only that. It's having scrap value. What's the scrap value? Per single units, it has rupees 20. How many units are available under scrap? 100 kgs. මේකනේ අපිට scrap කරන්න පුළුවන්. Isn't it? Normal loss එක තමයි අපි මම අර කිව්වේ. අර ටෙක්ස්ටයිල් එකේ කට් ඩවුන් කරන ටික අපි කොහෙද මහරගම තියෙන පමුණුවට විකුණනවා. අර පොඩි පැරලල් මොනවා හරි ප්‍රොඩක්ෂන්ස් කරන ගාමන්ට්ස් වලට. එතකොට kg එකක් 20 ගානේ විකුණනවා. එතකොට මොකක්ද ඒක? It's the scrap value. 20 into 100. එතකොට අපේ මේ production cost එකෙන් අපිට ඒක අඩු කරන්න පුළුවන්. Why is that? It's a kind of additional income to us by using that wastage. Got the idea? Then what's the value? It's equal to 2000. 2000. Then ultimately you can find out final values. Got the idea? Right. Note down this. First, this equation. Net process cost. Write down this equation. Net process cost equal total process cost minus scrap value of normal loss. That's the equation. But simply you can keep remember it. මතක තියාගන්න. Then the total cost is equal to 298,000. 298,000. Right. The second equation is this under your second step. Cost per kg. Net process cost. In here you had found that good output. It's equal to input minus normal loss. This additional equation. Then goods of output is equal 1000 minus 100 kg of normal loss. Then finally you can apply it to this equation. Cost per kg is equal to 331.1111 like that. It's said. Right. This is your calculation. Then you have to treat it in your accounts. Right? Is it okay? Padrine simple, no? Right. But keep remember. Right. In here you can see our accounting treatments. I told you earlier we had used that T tables or T accounts for calculating process accounts, but nowadays we are using statements in our computer base. Got the idea? ඉස්සර තමයි පුතා අපි statements ඇදුවේ. In your that financial positions, generally we are using statements. No, nowadays we do not use that debit part and credit card. We are using single statements. First, you are using asset part, then you are using capital and liability part. Like that. In here also similar, we are using an statements. That's the important thing. Then you can design by using either method in your some softwares. It's having some predetermined formats, or by using your Excel, you can design it either way, but ultimately you have to treat it, especially for the system basis. You can generate that calculations by using your single transactions. Then that process is automatically done by your system. System එකට proceed කරන්න විතරයි ඕන. Ultimate calculations, credit debits යනවා. Right? ඒක තමයි system base එක. But anyhow, in here you can see your goods of output is equal to 900. That's the important thing. And we are considering the cost per unit is this one. Got the idea? 331.11. That's the main thing. Then it's equal to 298,000. Right? We are rounded up to that. අර 331.1 ගත්තාම මේක සමහරලාට 297.99 වගේ එන්නේ. මේක round කරලා තියෙනවා 298,000. The second thing is scrap value. Scrap value is we are going within 20 rupees of that selling price of that our normal loss. Right? You do not mention in here, it's irrelevant. But is it having abnormal loss and abnormal gain? You have to treat it in a different manner. Then altogether, you had utilized that 1,000 units, but this is your final output. That's the identical thing. Is it having second process? You are converting or you are passing your final finished goods as only 900. That's the main thing. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? දැන් මේක පළවෙනි සෙට් එකේ හදලා දෙවෙනි සෙට් එකට ඔයාලා යවනවා නම් මේ thousands යවනවද? Thousands kg යවනවද? Simple. No. You are only passing 900 kgs for your second process. That's the main thing. Right. මේ ටික පොඩ්ඩක් notice කරගන්න. මේ විදිහටම notice කරගන්න. දැන් statement basis එකෙන් එන්නේ. Step third, assigning cost. Goods of output quantity is 900. Cost per kg is this value. The other thing is, in here we are accepting only this normal loss. We are accepting only normal loss, not any other losses. Is it having kind of other losses? We are interpreting that value is similar to your production cost. That's the second interpretation. We can see it later. But see in here, the cost of normal loss is absorbed by the cost of good outputs. දැන් මෙතන 1000 එක 900 විදියට අරගෙන තමයි අපි මොනවද කරේ? cost එක calculate කරේ. පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට අපේ normal loss එක absorb වෙලා තියෙනවා. scrap තිබ්බත් නැතත්. scrap තිබ්බොත් reduce කරන්න පුළුවන් පොඩි amount එකක්, but not at all. දැන් අපි ගත්ත raw materials 20 rupees නෙමෙයිනේ පුතා. සමහරවිට 100 වෙන්න පුළුවන්. 1000 kg බලන්නකො raw material value එක in here. In this example, 1000 kgs cost of raw material 200,000. නේද? 200,000. එතකොට 200 වෙලා තියෙනවා kg එක. එතකොට අපේ scrap value එක කීයද තියෙන්නේ? It's having only 20 rupees, 10% of margin. But others are absorbed to which our total cost. That's the mean behind that. Second one, the scrap value of the normal loss is deducted from the total production cost, process cost. This ensures that unit cost reflects only the cost of usable productions. එතකොට cost එක කොහෙන්ද ගිහින් තියන්නේ? Usable production එකට විතරයි. Only this. It's aligning with this cost. Got the idea? Not all together that thousands of kgs. Those are the interpretations. පැහැදිලිද? cost එක එතකොට ගිහින් තියන්නේ final outputs වලට විතරයි. Total kgs වලට නෙමෙයි. අපි normal loss eliminate කරා, right? Good. Go to next. Abnormal losses, another concept. That abnormal loss means it's having more losses than our expected. That's the mean behind that. Got the idea? In here, we can see 10% loss as 100 kg as normal loss. But is it having more than that of loss? Generally, it indicates which abnormal loss. Abnormal loss, right? See this example, right? මේක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්නකෝ. ඊට පස්සේ අපි යමු ට්‍රීට්මන්ට් එකට. These factors are similar to your prior calculation. කලින් එකම තමයි. In here, but actual loss is 150 kg. Actual loss is 150 kg. Our normal loss is 100 kg. That's the scenario. Got the idea? Normal loss එක නම් වෙන්න ඕන 100 kg. But at the end of that particular process, we can see 150 kg losses in our productions. Then our final production is equal to only 850 kg. That's our final output. That's the main thing. Got the idea? The second thing is normal loss is available as 100 kg. Third scenario, it's having abnormal loss as 50 kg. Those are the three situations. Got the idea? Right. Note down it. If actual loss is 150 kg, 150 kg of above example, comma, do the count in treatment. Do the count in treatment. Right. First, you can mention abnormal loss. Abnormal loss. Abnormal loss is equal actual loss minus normal loss. Abnormal loss is equal actual loss minus normal loss. Actual loss is 150 kg. We are expecting as normal loss 100 kg. Then abnormal loss is equal to 50 kg. 50 kg. Right. In here, you can see your final answers. Final answers. That your basic two calculations are similar. What's that? Your per unit cost calculation is similar. Your final total cost calculation is similar. You are expecting final output calculation is similar. That's the key basics. Got the idea? Normal loss, abnormal loss මොනවා තිබ්බත් ඔයාලා calculate කරන්න expect කරන්නේ මොනවද? Only normal loss. That's the key. Got the idea? Otherwise, you are using different values of unit. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද පුතා? Right. Only you are treating to that abnormal use that loss units based on your per unit cost. Got the idea? එතකොට අර මේක ඇබ්නෝමල් ලොස් එකක් තියෙනවා කියලා 850න් බෙදලා ලොකු වැඩ කරන්න යන්න එපා එක්සෑම් එකේදී ආ ෆයිනල් ආන්සර් එක වරදිනවා පැහැදිලිනේ ඔව් මේක යන්නේ normal loss එක තමයි අපි expect කරන්නේ it's a kind of inefficiencies or inefficiencies in your that production cycle it will happen no it will not happen we do not expect it but is it having it's a kind of additional expenditure I told you earlier we have to conduct some investigations or do some observations regarding that particular scenario. But we can see in some different matters, based on different matters. Right. So these two are similar. Don't write it again now. Don't repeat it. Next in here, you can see the accounting treatment. Only we are considering this abnormal loss. Abnormal loss. And second thing, the final quantity of output is equal to 850. We cannot ignore that. Good idea. Those are the two scenarios. But your per unit cost is similar. Good idea. Right. Make a note down. Goods of output is 850 in that second scenario. The total cost is this. You are eliminating 50 unit cost of this in here. මෙතනින් අයින් කළා දාලා ඒක ඇබ්නෝමල් ලොස් එකට පහළට ගේන එක විතරයි කරන්නේ. පැහැදිලිනේ? ඔව්. දැන් මේක ක්‍රෙඩිට් ඩෙබිට් ගැව්වා නම් මේක පැත්තකට වාලා එකතු කරගෙන යන්න පුළුවන් ලොස් එක. පැහැදිලිද? නමුත් මේක අපි ජෙනරල් ට්‍රීට්මන්ට් එකක්. ඒතර all together you can see this value. But these all three are cost values or expenditure values. But your transferring final output is equal to in here only 850 kg. 850 kg. This one is parallel your expenditure. මේක මොකක්ද වෙලා තියෙන්නේ? ඔයාලගේ inefficiency එක හින්දා additional expenditure එකක්. Then you have to treat it under your P&L account. P&L එකෙන් ඒක අයින් කරලා දාන්න ඕන. ඔයාලගේ profit එක. Profit එකෙන් තමයි මොනවද වෙන්නේ? Eliminate වෙන්නේ කොටස. Got the idea? Right. ඊට ටික බලමු break එකෙන් පස්සේ. I think it's okay to, abnormal loss, normal loss. Okay, then at the ටිකක් okay. ටිකක් තේරෙනවා. ටිකක් තේරුණා. Right, up to this we were discussing job costing, batch costing. Next one. Which one? Contract costing, karada. Then process costing. In that, normal loss and abnormal loss. Got the idea? Right. මේ structure එක තියාගන්න ඕනේ. Right. In here you can see අර line එක කම්මේටි මම කරානේ. Right. In here you can see that abnormal loss. It's equal to 16,556. It's based on that inefficiency of your productions. ඔයාලගේ කරද්දි මොනවා හරි තිබ්බ doubt එකක් ඉඳලා තමයි ඒක වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. Got the idea? It's a kind of additional expenditure. Then it's do not accept by the any relevant officials. So therefore, it's a kind of additional loss from your profit. Then we are treated that abnormal loss against your P&L, profit and loss or comprehensive income, right? Then you can see in here, accounting treatment, the cost of abnormal loss is 16,556. It's not absorbed by the cost of good productions. It's a parallelly additional expenditure, right? Instead, it transferred to the profit and loss account as a separate period expenditures highlighted in inefficiencies. You have to investigate that. You have to find out what are the reasons for that abnormal loss. But we are accepting only normal loss, but is it having kind of more than that? We have to investigate. No, we have to find out, we have to resolve those kind of additional expenditures. That's the mean behind that, right? Interpretations. Normal loss cost is distributed across the goods of outputs. Generally, you know that normal loss. Abnormal loss cost is isolated. It's not absorbed to any kind of outputs or any matters. So that managers can investigate and address the root causes. We have to find out what are the reasons. These separations improves the cost control and performance measurements. Otherwise, it's indicate deficiency of your profits. So therefore, we have to find out what are the reasons. Is it a kind of errors or frauds or any corruptions or something like that? We have to find out. Got the idea? Right. Go to next. Abnormal gain. Third concept. Right. See in here that abnormal gain means we are accepting some normal losses, but actually we can see less than of our expectations. Then it will generate additional profit to us. Got the idea? In here also similar like previous year abnormal loss. We are taking into account that same value of unit produced as profit of ourselves. That's a direct profit for us. Then we are treating to our P&L it as a revenue. You can add it to under your profit statements. Got the idea? That's the mean behind that. ඔයාලට පුතා ෆයිනෑන්ෂල් accounting කරලා නේද තියෙන්නේ? කරගෙන යනව නේද දැන්ට? පොඩි අයිඩියා එකක් තියෙනවනේ ස්ටේට්මන්ට්ස් ගැන නේද? ඔව් එතකොට profit එකට ඔයාලට add කරන්න පුළුවන් gain එකක් આવත්. මේකත් additional profit එකක්නේ. Gain means kind of additional profit. Then you can add it to that. So is it a kind of abnormal loss? It's a kind of additional expenditure. Then you can treat it under debit side as expenditures. Got the idea? Right. මෙයාට පොඩ්ඩක් accounts පැත්ත කියලා දෙන්න. පොඩි idea එකක් එන්න නැත්නම්. Right here. Yeah. වෙන මේකින්ද න්යාවේ. Right. Abnormal gain arises the actual loss is lower than the expected normal loss. That's the mean behind that. It's lower. Then we are generating some additional advantages. Right. Results in higher output than anticipated. We are expecting 900 outputs, but it's selling more than that 920 or like that. Then we can see the final recognition as a profit. Gain or the profit. Right. Accounting treatment recognize an income item. It's a kind of additional income. The process account is credited and the abnormal gain account is debit. That's the accounting treatment in simply. But nowadays we are using that statement base, no? Then you can use that P base or That is statement base. But anyhow, we can see that particular treatment. Ikmandan. Move in and now it's saying only 27. No. Right. That one again. If actual loss is 80 kg, 80 kg of above example, comma, do the accounting treatment. Do the accounting treatment. Actual loss is 80 kg. Then is it a abnormal loss or abnormal gain? Or not? Abnormal gain, right? Write down an answer. Abnormal gain is equal this one. 100 minus 80. Normal loss minus vice versa of previous. Normal loss minus actual loss. Normal loss minus actual loss. Why is that? Normal loss is greater than the actual loss. Then very simple. In here, we are considering that abnormal gain under our total cost per unit by using total cost per unit. Then the final value is 6,622, but vice versa of previous scenario. It's become under category of revenue or the income. But previous one is additional expenditure, abnormal loss. Got the idea? Then how you are treating to this? Make a treat කරන්න කොහමද? Then how is your final production? Transfer කරන final production එක කීයද? Then second process එකක් හරි final production එකට හරි transfer කරන final outputs කීයද? How many numbers? How many numbers? හිමින් කියන්න බා ටිකක් අයියෙන් කියන්න ඕන. කන්න එන්නේ නැහැ වයසනේ. How many units? Transfer to the second process. 920. 920 තමයි. ඒක නිකන් එන්නේ 9 එක තැනකින් එනවා 2 එක තැනකින් එනවා 0 තව තැනකින් එනවා නේද? ඔව් 920 point. Right? Like this. In here you can see final output is this. Note down this. Value is similar. Second normal loss is here. Then these all are cost. This one is a revenue. Got the idea? Additional revenue to you. Then finally you can see total value is 3 million. This is the accounting treatment. Then you can credit and debit. Got the idea? Then in here you can see it's credited to the P&L account. We are adding it as additional income. Got the idea? These are similar, but these quantity numbers are differ. Quantity numbers are differ. Got the idea? Right. Note down this. Make a note කරගන්න. Altogether it has 1000 kgs, but out of that we are ignoring 80 kgs as which normal loss in here. Normal loss. Only 80 kgs, huh? It's an abnormal gain, no? It's an abnormal gain. The idea is otherwise this total is not 1000 kg. Got the idea? Right. Then body example එකක් දෙන්නම් note out කරගන්න ඕන මේක. It has two processors. Two processors. In write down, you can divide it into two. P1, P2. Process 1, process 2. Hurry up, write down. Exercise. ආයෙ then. කොනට ring කරනවා. අද breakfast ගත්තේ නැද්ද? රෑ කාපු ඒවා ඇලර්ජි වුණාද? ප්‍රශ්න ගොඩයි නේ. Right. Okay. Columns දෙකක් දාගන්න right side එකට. P1, P2 කියලා process 1, process 2. Exercise, exercise. Right. Under that first one, material 400 kg, write down in here. Material 4000 kg. Material 4000 kg at rupees 10. At rupees 10. Then process one value is, what's the value? Value 40,000, no? 40,000. P1 value is 40,000. Right. Second labor, second one, labor 10,000 for process one, no? 10,000 for process one. Process two, 8,000. Overhead, process one, 5,000. Process two, 4,000. Normal loss, process one, 10% of input. Generally, you are knowing that, no? Then process two, 5%. Next one, output, process one, 3,500 kg, process two, 3,350 kg. 3,350 kg. Next one, waste or scrap value. At for process one, 4 rupees. Process two, 3 rupees. Prepare process account. Prepare process account. Right. Try to do that. Hadanna balanda process accounts. So what's the input of process two? Tell me. Or material of yes. That's why I have given that example. But in here, we have to discuss up to this. But if you can perform this, you are having some additional knowledge in this up to this. Right. කලින් එක පෙරලලා බලලා තනියෙන් හදන්න try එකක් දෙන්නකෝ within 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Press for process 1. ඉස්සෙල්ලාම process 1 එකට හදන්න පුළුවන්. right. මම ඒකයි process දෙකක් දුන්නේ. ඔයාලට ඔහොම advance එන්නේ නැතිව exam එකේ මගේ තියෙන calculations ඔක්කොම advance ඒවා තියෙන්නේ. ඒක practice කරන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. ඔයාලගේ simple calculations තමයි exam එකේ එන්නේ. නමුත් මේක කරොත් ඔයාලට ලොකු idea එකක් එයි. Now it's okay, no? ලොකු doubt එකක් තිබ්බේ. Now, then what's the value? Hurry up, students. Is it okay? What's the value for this? This is scrub value in process 1. This is the process cost. Is it okay? Total cost is 55,000. Material 40,000. Labor 10,000. Overhead 5,000. Altogether 55,000. Is it okay? The scrap value is 1,600. It having 10% of 10% of normal loss. 4,000 kg into 10% means it, right? Page, right? 10% means it has 400 kg. That scrap rate is rupees 4. Then you can see 1,600 as a normal loss scrap value. Is it okay? Then how is the unit cost? Unit cost kiyada ave? Is it okay? 3,600 ගත්තේ ඇයි? ඒකෙන් තමයි rate එක ගන්න ඕන. දැන් බලන්නකො කලින් example එකේ කොහොමද කරේ කියලා. abnormal loss එකක් තියෙනකොට කොහොමද accounting treatments කරේ කියලා. In abnormal loss, I told you earlier, we are using that single rate based on which normal loss. Sorry, 331. That's the value. මේක කොහමද අපි ගත්තේ? At the first. In here, this is the value. We are considering only which? Normal loss. Got the idea? පැහැදිලිද කියපු දේ? ඉස්සෙල්ලා ඒක value එක ගන්න ඕන. එහෙම නැතුව මොනවත් හදන්න බෑ ඕකේ. Got the idea? What's the value? What's the value? That's that my answer. In here, $55,000 minus 1,600 divided by 3,600 units. 14.83. Okay. 14.83. That's the unit cost, no? Isn't it? නැද්ද වැරදිද? නිකම් ඇස්සුට යන්නේ marvelous වගේ නිකන්. Emoji මතක් වෙන්නේ නේද? Is it okay? මේ මොනවද? This one? Why? Normal loss is 10%, no? Isn't it? Then it having 4,000 kgs of material. කීයද ලියාගත්තේ? 4,000 නෙමෙයිද ලිව්වේ? කීයද ලිව්වේ? Material 4,000 kg at rupees 10. Then it's equal to 40,000. මොනවද ලිව්වේ? ඉක්මන් කරන්න. Simple ගානක්. Got the idea පුතා? ඔය idea නෑ idea නේ. Alright, anyhow. See this. Then it's equal to this. Then how is the transfer of output to process 2 in process 1? Process 1 එකේ ඉඳන් process 2 එකට කොච්චර transfer කරලා තියෙනවද? Only 3,500 units. එතකොට අපි expect කරා කීයක්ද? 3,600 units. එතකොට එතන තියෙන්නේ abnormal gain එකක්ද abnormal loss එකක්ද? Abnormal loss එකක්. එතකොට abnormal loss එක measure කරන්නේ මොනවද? මේ values දාලා. හදන්න statement එක. Very simple. Number of outputs. එතකොට අපි කීයද දාන්නේ? Actual output එක. Actual output. Got the idea? Actual output clear they don't. 3,500. Very good. $3,500 at the rate of 14.83, no? 14.83 to process 2. Then abnormal loss is equal 100 unit at 14.83. Got the idea? Then altogether it's equal to 3,600. 3,600. Normal loss is available. It has 400. Then altogether it's equal to 4,000. Got the idea? Like that. You can treat it. In here, directly I am mentioning that transfers output. That's the mean behind that. Then you have to find out, is it having normal, abnormal loss or abnormal gain? Only that. You have to think regarding that. The previously I have given that actual outputs. Then you are ultimately you are measuring that. Got the idea? By using that kgs. In here we are considering that final output of materials. Only that. Got the idea? Then interest treatment, how is the values? Values ටික මට කියන්න බලන්න. 3,500 units. Then it has 400 units. Then it has 100 units. Tell me, this is the output, final output. This is the normal loss. This one is abnormal loss. Altogether you can find out 4,000 kg. But we are transferred only process to this output. Got the idea? In here, that normal loss, we are considering 4 rupees. It's equal to 1,600. Then these two, you have to multiply it by using 14.83. 14.83. Then tell me, what are the values? This one is directly equal to 100, no? 1,483. This one? What's the value for this? 3,500 into 14.83. 51,970. 970. Is it okay to you? Then altogether you can find out final total value. Yeah, it's rounded up, 55,000. Up to 55,000. Altogether, you can see that 55,000. Now, you can round up. Then, if you go to the process 2, input is what? This one, 3,500. That's why I had given blank for that. Material වලට දුන්නද මොනවා හරි? නෑ. ඒතර value එක මොනවද අපි ගන්නෙ? This value. පළවෙනි process එකේ අපි හදලා second process එකට යන එක. ඒක තමයි ඒකේ material value එක. Why is that? It's having kind of process. එක process එකක් කරලා තමයි second process එකට අපි යවලා තියෙන්නේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපිට finished goods or something like that. Got the idea? Right. Is it okay to you? පැහැදිලිද කතාව? Right. Then in here, it's having 3,500 units as inputs, but in second process, accepting 5% of normal loss, isn't it? Then what's the value of normal loss in process 2? 5%. Hurry, what's the value? Don't think in advance, huh? අර overtake කරන්න එපා, overthink කරන්න එපා, simple think කරන්න. ලොකුට හිතන්න ගියොත් එහෙම ඔයාලට පැටලෙන්න පුළුවන්, complex වෙන්න පුළුවන්, simple හිතන්න. දැන් process 1 ඉවරයි, process 2 එකටත් මොනවද අරන් යන්නේ? Material තමයි අපි process එකේ තියෙන්නේ. Then that process 2, it's having additional expenditures like labors, like overheads in process 2. Got the idea? But anyhow, first you have to find out that normal loss and abnormal loss. That's the important thing. Already we had getting that value, no? අර output එකේ value එක හෙව්වනේ ඔයාලා 51,900 like that value. ඉතින් ඒකම තමයි අපි ගෙනියන්නේ මෙතනින් ආ. දැන් මෙතන මම ඔයාලට මොකද කරලා දෙන්න හදන්නේ? loss එක consider කරන්න හදන්නේ. right? බලන්නකෝ 5% කියන්නේ කීයද? 175. Isn't it? 175. Right. එතකොට මේකෙන් මේක අඩු කරාම කීයද value එක එන්නේ? It has 25, 413, 3325. 3325. That's their expected final output. How is the actual output? 3,350. Is it more than that or less than that? Less than that or more than that? Our expectations? Based on our expectations, අපි බලාපොරොත්තු උනේ 3,325, but actual is 3,350. It's more than that, no? Then is it abnormal loss or abnormal gain? Abnormal gain, right? Now you can measure it. Got the idea? Right. මේ වගේ complicated question එන්න exam එකේදී simple question එකක් දාන්නේ process එකකින් දායියා. නමුත් ඔයාලට idea එක පොඩ්ඩක් generate කරන්න ඕන හින්දා තමයි මම පොඩ්ඩක් මේක ගියේ. But it's having more than that calculations. මේකත් simple calculation එකක්. Right? In process costing, we are going within more calculations, many calculations in our traditional costing. Got the idea? Hurry up, calculate that. Then you have to find out process cost. It's having, right, it's having 51,917 as a process 1 material cost. Then that process 2 having 8,000 of labor cost, 4,000 of overhead cost. Then altogether, what's the value? 7,1,9,8,9,13, 63,917. Isn't it? Yes. This is the process cost, 63,970. Right. Is it having any scrap values? Scrap value එකක් තියනවද? Yes. Rupees 3. Rupees 3. It's having normal loss of 175 units at rupees 3. Then what's the value? It's equal to 525 of scrap value. Scrap value divided by our expectation is 5% of normal loss. That final output is 3,500 minus 175 is the normal loss. Then it's equal to 3,325. That is our expected output in process 2. Got the idea? Right. Then you can find out cost per unit in process cost in process 2. What's the value, Buddha? $19.3. 19.3. Is it okay? Right. 19.3. Right. Now you can do the treatment. Generally, it's having final output. Final output is 3,350. Final output, they have given 3,350. Normal loss is 175 units or kgs. 175. Then balance is abnormal gain. Abnormal gain is equal to 25. This is abnormal gain. This is normal loss. This is final output in process 2. Got the idea? In here, you can use 3 rupees for that. It's equal to 525. Then you have given me that process cost is 19.2 into 3,350, and in here also similar. You can find out the final values for final output and abnormal gain. Final value of abnormal gain. What's the value, Buddha? For final output, 3,350 into 19.3. 3,525. Isn't it? Total value is what are the values, Buddha? For this output, 64,000, 64,000, 655. For abnormal gain, ඒක ලොකොට විස් කරන්න. ඒක ඩෙසිමල් ඉෂුව එකක් ඇත්තේ. 483. ඒක රවුන්ඩ් අප් කරගන්න දෙපැත්ත බැලන්ස් එක ගන්නට. ඒ ප්‍රශ්නයක් නෑ. This kind of minus value, no? Right, anyhow, that calculation is very important, that identical facts of calculation. Nah? But if you are using more decimals in here, you can get the exact values. අර total decimals වලට value එක calculate කරා නම් ඒක 3500 වලින් සහ 25 වලින් වැඩි කරාම ඒක balance වෙනවා. පැහැදිලිද? අර අපි divisions කරලා ගත්තේ 19.3. එතකොට 3 වලට වැඩි තියෙන ආගේත් එක්ක යනකොට ඒක balance වෙනවා. No problem at all. Right. Only that. I think now it's clear to you, no? පැහැදිලි නේද? Right. In that practical scenario, we can see those kind of, process questions. Not like this kind of simple questions, right? Not only that, it has some work in progress of that parallel, that materials as work in progress. Or in here, we are considering that matter as kind of output of that particular input, no? But anyhow, that at the end of that particular period, is it having kind of that remaining stocks? We have to treat it by using either method in inventory. Under inventory, we were discussing 3 methods, no? What are those? අපි inventory measure කරනකොට methods කීපයක් මම කියලා දුන්නා. දැන් මේව මතක තියෙන්න ඕන. මොනවද? Yes, FIFO, LIFO, weighted average. මම ඔයාලට එතනදී කිව්වා practically අපි use කරන්නේ මොනවද? In practical, most probably we are using FIFO and weighted average. In here also similar, we are practicing that. Now I can explain that. You can ඔයාලා මොනවද අර calculations ටික කරන්න ඉතුරු ටික. ඒක ගැන hesitate කරන්න එපා. ඒකේ final answers okay වෙයි. Ready. Okay. In here, කීයද අඩු වෙන්නේ? කීයද අඩු වෙන්නේ වෙනස් වෙන්නේ කීයද? පොඩි ගානන්නේ. ඔය ඒක අර ඔයාලා ඩෙසිමල් වැඩි කරලා කවුන්ට් කරන්න. එතකොට හරියනවා. කිසි ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඔක මිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ පුතා. ඔයාලා ටෝටල් එකන ඩිවයිඩ් කරලා ගන්නෙ. එතකොට කිසිම වෙලාවක මිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔයාලගේ අර ඩෙසිමල් වැලියුස් වලින් තමයි යන්නේ. Don't hesitate. Right. In here, is it having any work in progress? In our process accounting, we are treating by using these two methods. Weighted average methods or FIFO methods. Weighted average methods or FIFO methods, but in your syllabus content, there's nothing, any calculations. But you can consider, is it having kind of remaining stocks in work in progress? We are using that weighted average method or FIFO methods. First in, first out methods or that particular weighted average methods. That's mean, ඔයාලක දැන් පුතා අර කරන ටික තියෙනවනේ කරලා භාගෙට remain වෙලා තියෙන ටික අලුතෙන් ඔයාලා materials ගන්නවා. සිම්පල් මම කියන්නම්කෝ මේක සිනාරියෝ එක. ඒතර අලුත් materials වලට සමහරවිට අලුත් prices යන්නේ. අර ඔයාලගේ remaining stock එකේ ඔයාලා stock value කරලා final value එකක් තියෙනවනේ work in progress එකේ. ඒතර මේ දෙකම අපි weighted average නම් හිතන්නකෝ remaining stock එකේ 100 තිබ්බා. අලුතෙන් purchase කරා තව 1000 kgs. ඒතර අපි all together ගන්නවා 1100. මේ දෙකේම total values අරගෙන average කරලා තමයි divide කරන්නේ. Got the idea? issue කරනකොට. Second method එකේ 5 නම් ඉතින් අපි මේ 100 තමයි value කරන්නේ. Second මේ purchase එක. Third තව purchase තියෙනවා නම් ඒ විදිහට තමයි යන්නේ. Only that. ඒක simple, but these two methods are very important. ඒකින්ද mention කරලා තියාගන්න. No down. What are the accounting treatment methods in accounting treatments methods in WIP? WIP means work in process, work in progress. In process costing. WIP in process costing. Right. You can mention weighted average method and FIFO method. Weighted average method and FIFO method. On that, generally we are practicing to calculate equivalent unit. Equivalent unit. Got the idea? एक concept එක තමයි equivalent unit. නමුත් ඔයාලගේ syllabus එකේ මෙතනින් අතහැරලා තියෙනවා. ඒකින්ද අපි මේක ignore කරලා දාමු. ඒ part එක කතා කරන්න ගියොත් එimhe ගොඩක් වෙලා යනවා. ලොකු calculations තියෙනවා. syllabus එකේ miss කරලා තියෙන ඉඳ ඔයාලගේ questions ආන්නේ නැහැ. exam එකට ඒක ගැන හිතන්න එපා. සමහරවිට ඔයාලගේ subsequent years වල ඒ ටික discuss කරයි. Right? Okay. Then I shift to next. Joint and byproducts costing. Joint and byproducts. This is another concept. Up to this, we were discussing first job costing, batch costing, third one contract costing, process costing. Process costing. Got the idea? Right. In here, we are discussing some theoretical aspects in byproducts and joint products. Right? Theoretical aspects. But in double AT, I think you had performed some calculations. But in here, they do not mention. So that's why I'm ignoring that part. Right? Local calculations make නැති හින්දා මේක consider කරන්න දැන් එතන අපි split off points අපි discuss කරනවා. ඒ වගේ තමයි calculations කරන්න තියෙන්නේ. නමුත් මේ ටිකේ නැති හින්දා ඒක අපි ignore කරලා දාමු. Right? ඔයාලගේ syllabus එකේ නැහැනේ. ඒකින්ද ඒකට additional අපි time waste කරන එක තේරුමක් නැහැ. Right? Simply see, joint, it's a kind of simple concepts in this second one, byproducts. At the starting point, I had explained these two concepts. That joint products means, say for an example, if you are using some raw materials to produce some final outputs, we can see not only single productions of that. We can see some separable productions by using that basic our identical harvesting. Got the idea? Right. In here, you can see oil refineries. Oil refineries. Or crude oils. If you are harvesting that crude oils or refining that crude oils, we can find out petrol, diesel, kerosene oils as byproducts on that crude oil. Got the idea? Those are the main identical products as a joint products of our oil refining. Generally, we called it as what? Joint productions. Joint productions. The second thing is, after reprocessing these or after producing these, we can produce some additional sub-productions or sub-outputs. Generally, we call those as byproducts. In here, that productions of this oil refining, at the end, we can see some of the output like, no, in here it has separable production, right? I'll show you. In one of the scenario I had seen, it's available in here. Right. In here you can see paraffin wax and bitumens. Some parallel productions in oil refining. Right. In that crude oils, we can see as a joint productions of petrol, diesel, kerosene oils. Like that it has, අර මොනවද භූමි තෙල්, petrol, diesel අපිට එනවා. ඒවා තමයි මොනවද? Joint products. Joint products. එතකොට separable part එකේ තියෙන අර simple අපිට හදන්න පුළුවන් දේවල් තමයි මොනවද? Byproducts. අර soap එකම හදන්නේ. අපි මොනවද අර coconut oil වල? coconut oil තමයි main production එක. Byproduct එකක් විදිහට soap create කරනවා. Like that. In here also similar. මේ bitumens කියන්නේ අපි අර රෝට්ටා දාන්නේ. තාර දාන්නේ. අර wax එකක් වගේ. In here we can see some wax. ඉටිපන්දම්. එම හදන්නේ අර මේ වගේ canals. Like that. Right. Those are byproducts. So these are that petrol, diesels are joint products. Got the idea? I think now you are having that idea regarding joint products and byproducts. Right, note down it as 5.7. 5.7. Briefly define joint products and byproducts. Joint products and byproducts. Right. You can mention joint product are the main output of main production. That's the main behind it. Second one, byproducts are the secondary outputs of that similar production or the process. Secondary output. I will give some simple example to this in next data. ඊළඟ දවසේ මම ටයිම් එක මැනේජ් වෙන විදිහට බලලා දෙන්නම්. මේක අපිට තව ටිකක් කතා කරන්න තියෙනවා. Right. Got the idea? But you have to get some cost values for this main output or primary outputs and secondary outputs as cost values. And also some of the situations we can see further process of these joint products. Further process of these joint products. Got the idea? Say for an example, this I had explained, petrol. Petrol, it has 92 octane, 95 octane, 97 octane, like that. We are further processing. Got the idea? It's 7. So, based on that, we have to find out is it profitable to us or not prior to produce that acceptable process. Got the idea? Right. Next, I think I will explain this in later. Right. In here. Further processing decisions. In which joint products? Joint products එකේ තව අපි further process කරන්න යනවා. මෙහෙමත් තියෙනවා concept එකක්. Productions වලදී. See that whether to sell joint products immediately at the split load point or process them further. Split of points means අර crude oil එක අපි ගන්නවනේ. crude oil එකෙන් අපි refine කරනවා petrol, diesel. Got the idea? On this situation, we are recognizing it as a split off point. එතනින් තමයි අපි separate කරන්නේ අපේ main production එක. crude oil එක separable කරනවා. petrol, diesel. නැත්නම් අපි ගත්තොත් එහෙම dairy production එක. dairy අපි අර process එකට දාලා heat කරලා අරගෙන මොනවද කරන්නේ? cheese හදනවා, butters හදනවා, creams හදනවා. Like that. ඒ point එක මොනවද? split off point එක. එතකොට මේකේ කියන්නේ further process එකක්. එතනින් එහාට තව further process එකක්. oil refining නම් petrol අපි යනවා 97, 92, 95. අර creamy එක සමහරලාට ice creams දක්වා යනවා. Like that. ඒ වගේ තියෙනවනේ categories, we can see several categories. In here we are considering that. But is it having further processing? We have to evaluate that cost. Is it profitable to us or not? That's the main reasons. Got the idea? Right? We have to evaluate that. Is it having that particular further processings? We are calling it as incrementals in between that split off points to final production points. That means petrol to 95 petrol. Petrol to 92 petrol. Like that. We have to find out that incremental area or the gap in between that split off with final productions. Is it profitable to us? Then we are going within further processing. It's a kind of another calculations in accounting based on the productions, right? Got the idea? ඒක ලොකුවට ඔයාලගේ advanced විදියට නෑ. නමුත් simple තියෙනවා, right? That's why I am explaining. In here you can see that example. Right? See, in dairy plant producing cream and butter from milk. That's mean this one is a joint product, isn't it? joint product එකක් නේද? dairy කියන්නේ milk නේ කිරි. කිරි පාවිච්චි කරලා මොනවද හදන්නේ? cream and butter. Got the idea? Right. See, if further processing cream, දැන් මේ cream එක එකක්, butter එක එකක්. Further processing in cream into ice cream. Generate an additional rupees 200,000 in revenue, but cost is 120,000 on that further processing process. That's the incremental revenue and cost. Got the idea? ඔයාලා දැන් cream එකේ ඉඳලා බලන්න ඕන මොනවද? අර final ice cream එකට වෙනකන් revenue එක කොහමද? cost එක කොහමද? demand එක මත අපිට පුළුවන් ඒක හදාගන්න. market demand එක මත අපිට බලන්න පුළුවන් revenue එක කොච්චර generate කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? එහෙම නැත්නම් market price එකකින්. market price එකට ඇවිල්ලා per unit හොයන්නත් පුළුවන් ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. නමුත් අපි එතන මොනවද කරන්න ඕන? අපේ cost එක recognize කරගන්න ඕන. We have to recognize that particular cost in that incremental processing. That's the main behind that. That in here you can see it's having 2000 and 120,000. In between that we are having gain, profit. Then we can accept the further processing like that. Got the idea? Right. මේම calculations තියෙනවා. ඒක බලමුකෝ අපි next day එකේ time එක තිබ්බොත් මම කරලා පෙන්නන්නම් ඔයාලට. Right, anyhow in here it having that identical rule by using an example, simple example. If processing byproducts into higher value that form cost of rupees 50,000 and brings 80,000 additional revenues. 50,000 cost එකක් තියෙනවා, 80,000 revenue එකක් තියෙනවා. Then generally it has a benefit of 30,000. We are accepting that. It's a kind of additional explanations in here. But on that, we do not accept based on the management decision or anything. So we have to evaluate by using that cost. That's the important thing. එතකොට joint product එක තමයි අපිට අර process cost එකේ වගේ අපි එතන මොනවද කරන්නේ? main input එක විදියට ගන්නෙ. අපි ඉස්සෙල්ලා තියෙනවනේ දැන් crude oil එකෙන් petrol ගන්නවා. එතකොට මෙතන cost එකක් ඇවිල්ලානේ තියෙන්නේ මේ process එක ඇතුලේ. එතකොට petrol මෙතන start කරන තැන cost එකේ input එක වෙන්නේ මේ process එක ඇතුලෙන් ඔයාලා final output කරන දේ. Second, you have to consider that incremental cost. අතර මැද තියෙන cost එක කීයද? Got the idea? Like that it has some sequential elements of calculations. Right? Is it having kind of, I mean, free times I will explain it by using single example. Right? ඔය double AD examples එහෙම තියෙනවා. බලලා අපි එක වෙලාවක time එකක් තිබ්බොත් කියලා දෙන්නම්. ඔයාලගේ අර general knowledge එකට නමුත් exam base එකේදී ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අහන්නේ නැහැ. මේ idea එක තිබ්බාම ඇති. Got the idea? Right. Then I can explain hybrid approach. Hybrid approach. Right? Hybrid means combination of joint cost and process cost. Combination of process cost and joint cost. Sorry, job cost. These two. Generally we called it as a hybrid cost. Job costing and process costing. Most of the organizations, those who are going within this hybrid mechanism. Why is that? That each and every elementary factors in overheads are using all kind of variety of productions. That's the main behind that. That overheads are similar for all productions. Got the idea? අපි costing කතා කරනකොට මම ඔයාලට කිව්වනේ සමහරවිට process එක base වෙනවා. Sometimes it depend on the departments like fixing, cutting, finishing. ඒතර මේ වගේ අපි ගත්තාම overheads common. job එකට ගියත් common, process එකට ගියත් common. පැහැදිලිද? ඔය එතකොට අපිට ගොඩක් වෙලාවට අර practically දකින්න පුළුවන් combination එක. We can see the combination of these two calculations. Generally, we call it as a hybrid costing method. What's that? Hybrid costing methods. Note down it. What is mean by hybrid costing method? Hybrid costing method. Right. Under that, write down. It means in cost calculation, we are considering job order costing and process costing simultaneously. Can දෙකම එකට simultaneously. Right. That's enough. Right. In here, it's having one example. Imagine a furniture manufacturer producing 100 customized office desks for special client. One client and 200 standard desks for another. Got the idea? අපේ සාමාන්‍ය යන production එක ඇතුළේම අපි එක customer කෙනෙකුට customize කරලා 100 දෙනවා. අපේ process එක ඇතුළේ යනවා 200. දෙකම අපි කරනවා. දැන් මගේ ඕගනයිසේෂන් එක මම කලින් ඩයනා වර්ක් කරා. එතකොට අපි ගොඩක් වෙලාට බිස්කට්ස් වල අපි මැනුෆැක්චර් කරන අපේ සයිකල් එක යනවා කොහොමද ප්‍රොසෙස් එකේ. ඊට අමතරව අපිට ආපික ඕඩර්ස් එනවා, කීල්ස් ඕඩර්ස් එනවා. අපි එයාලගේ රැපර් එකේ අපේ බෙල්ට් එකේම දාලා එයාලට හදලා දෙනවා. එතකොට වෙනස් වෙන්නේ මොනවද? මැටීරියල් එක. එතකොට මැටීරියල් විතරයි අපි කන්සිඩර් කරන්නේ. ඊට අමතරව අපේ තියෙන ඕවර්හෙඩ් එක ඒකමනේ පුතා අපි පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ. එතකොට common absorption rate එක දාලා අපිට ඒක measure කරන්න පුළුවන් very simple. Just like that. Then in practically we can see this kind of hybrid approach. Got the idea? Right. See in here. Right. On that, you can recognize these factors as direct factors and overhead factors. Generally, you are knowing that. Wood fittings and finishings are direct materials in that furnitures. Then labor and overhead cost based on the cutting, assembly and polishings of that furniture. We can see commonly we are using that for that special order and also our general business continuous operations. Both we are using that overheads. Then we can use that common rate as absorption rates of this overhead. But this one is depend on some special orders. Then we are treating separately that matter. Then we are considering both factors under this hybrid approach. Got the idea? Right. Go to one example. Right. In here. Carefully see that. Batch A has 1,000 cotton shirt customized. Is it a job one or batch one or process one? Job. Why are you saying job? It's a customized one. It's a uniqueness, no? It's having kind of uniqueness. Second one, batch B, 1,500 polyester shirts. It's a general production. There's nothing, any specific terms, no? Then direct materials, cotton was polyester. It has two matching prices. Got the idea? එතකොට දැන් මේකේ පාවිච්චි කරන්නේ මොනවද? Cotton. In here they are using polyester. It's kind of types of materials, no? අර මොනවද materials කියන්නේ අපි? Cotton එක තියෙනවා. Like that. Then we can see the different values in materials. But others are common. See? Conversion cost. Cutting, stitching and finishings. Incurred jointly both batches. They pass through the same operations to these total cost of 2,500 units. Altogether 2,500 ne? Then overhead is common for that entire productions. Got the idea? Clear? Right. Next. Right. In here, you can mention that. Make a clear. What's that? Example 1. Oh, don't write it. You can mention example 1 under hybrid costing palm nest food. Palm nest fruit. එතකොට ඔයාලා දන්නවනේ මේ question එක කියලා. මේකේ තියෙනවා example එක දාගන්න. example එක mention කරගන්නකෝ. That's enough. ලියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ. Right. In that food organization, they are producing two types of fruit bottles, fruit juice bottles, not fruit juice bottles. Mango juice and orange juice. Mango juice and orange juice. That materials has variability, no? Isn't it? Mango එක price එකක්, orange එක price එකක්. But in here, second conversion cost, it's common for both. Why is that? We are producing that juice by using our overheads. Got the idea? Right. Then in here, that mango concentrate, it has 80,000 as a direct material cost. Batch B orange, it has 90,000 of direct material cost. But second thing is common. 50,000 and 70,000. Mixing department, it has 50,000. Bottling department, it has 75,000 total overhead cost. Among these all productions. Got the idea? Then separately you can find it out conversion cost or the overhead cost for mixing and bottling departments. Got the idea? Right? Total cost is this 50,000 divided by 2,500. You can find out absorption rate. That rate. Then in here, bottling department, it has 75,000 of total overhead cost for 2,500 bottles. But they are very simple. Then you can apply it to 1,000 bottle and 1,500 bottles. Then ultimately you can generate the answer for each and every cost. Then ultimately, if you need per unit cost, then you can take into account total cost and divided by 1,000, you can find out mango juice, one bottle cost divided by 1,500 of this, you can find out orange juice cost. That's the mean. Very simple. Got the idea? Right. See the treatment. And you can mention, make a mention කරගන්න answer එකක් විදියට. First you can find out conversion cost per unit or overhead cost per unit. Hurry up, note down it. It has two mixing and bottling. Mixing and bottling. Mixing department, it has rupees 20. Bottling, it has 30. It's a common rate. It's a common rate for conversion cost. Then you can find out total conversion cost. It's a rupees 50 per one bottle. Rupees 50 per one bottle. 30 plus 20. Second, you can calculate the total cost. Direct materials of mango, 80,000. Conversion cost, it has 1,000 bottles into 50, 50,000. Altogether 130,000. Then cost per bottle, 130,000 divided by 1,000, you can find out 130. Second, for range, direct material 90,000. It's 7,500 bottle into 50 units of 50 rupees of conversion cost. Total is 75,000. Then total cost is 165,000, 90,000 plus 75,000. It's divided by 1,500 per bottle. You can find out 110. 110. Right, very simple. Okay, now I have given another example. Right, in here. Don't see the answers. Make a question එක හදන්න බලන්න. Answer එකක් generate කරන්න. Like your previous question, no? කලින් එක වගේමයි. Note එක බලන්න එපා. Note එක අයින් කරලා දාන්න. ඒකේ answer එක මම ඔයාලට දාලා ඇතියා. ඒකින්ද බලන්න එපා. ඔයාලා මේක බලලා ගන්න හදන්න. Final answer එකක් ගන්න බලන්න. It has model X and model Y. Model X and model Y. By using hybrid costing methods, you can generate final answers. It also having direct material and conversion cost. Direct material and conversion cost. By using your calculator, simply you can find out final answer within 1 or 2 minutes. Right. What's the total cost of conversion? 80. Okay. Per unit. For assembly and testing, both, huh? Yes. $65,000 divided by 1,300, you can find out assembly department absorption cost. 39,000 divided by 1,300, you can find out testing department absorption rate. Then altogether you can find out this 80. Then those are separable costs in model X and model Y. Then you can apply to these units that conversion cost to find out relevant overheads or the conversion cost for that X and Y. What are the final answers for model X and model Y? Per unit, premium version and standard version. What are the values? Per unit cost. Hurry up, quickly do that. What's the value, Puta? For X, 24. Yes. For Y, standard, 900. This one. What are the values? First, if we are considering model X, material cost is 150,000. Conversion cost is 80 into, is it correct that 80? 80 into 500 units. What's the value? 80 into 500. Isn't it? Then it's equal to 4,000, no? No, 40,000. Then altogether 190,000 for X divided by 500 units. You can find out final answer. Got the idea? Second, the difference is this one become 800. This value is 96,000. Then you can find out final values divided by 800. 800. Clear? See the final answers. X 380, Y rupees 200. Is it okay? Simple, no? But keep remember that calculation mechanism. Method එක තමයි මතක තියාගන්න ඕන. Right. Then finally, we can discuss service costing. Service costing. Up to this, we were discussing several costing records methods. Tell me, මොනවද අපි කතා කරේ? දැන් ආයෙ මතක් කරනවා ආයෙ. Job costing. What is the specification in here? Job cost එකේ මොනවද තියෙන specific දේවල්? It's a kind of customized productions. And in that job costing, we are getting single cost value. for that particular job. Job number එකක් දාලා තමයි ඒ job එකේ complete කරලා job cost එක ගන්න ඕනේ. Second one, batch. Batch. මොනවද batch cost කියන්නේ? It's a kind of homogeneous productions or identical productions, similar productions in small size, not a larger size. Small size, we are using batch costing. Next one is contract costing. Contract costing. In contract costing, we are considering percentage of completions in our cost. Then ultimately we are generating in that stage or that time or that date our profits. Got the idea? Right. What's the next one? Process costing. Process costing. In process costing, we are generally using for continuous operations. It's like a batch, but we are using homogeneous productions in giant manner or large portions, large proportions. Got the idea? In here, mainly we are focusing normal loss, abnormal loss, and abnormal gain in simply. Then, is it having any kind of work in progress? We are treating by using FIFO method or weighted average method. Then next we were discussing your one, joint products, byproducts, and further processings in joint products. On that each and every scenario, we have to find out cost values with our revenues, right? But in here, we do not discuss that concept is very important to generalize that foundation or the layout of that calculation. But then finally, we were discussing which one? Hybrid approach. Hybrid approach in operating costing. Hybrid approach in operating costing. On that, most probably, we are using job cost for specific productions and conversion cost as a process costing rates. Process costing rates. Then combinedly, we are finding out per unit cost. Got the idea? Right. This is totally different mechanism, service costing. For our services, we have to set some prices. Say for an example, in myself. I'm a lecturer in here. I am providing services. Got the idea? Then it's having kind of characteristics regarding my service. It's having kind of charges. We have to consider regarding that. Not only that lecturing or that educational sector. In different sector, we can see. But anyhow, we are going within some preliminary, some foundations to recognize that costing cycles, right? In here, we can discuss some of the matters, right? First, you can mention, write down subheading, service costing, write down subheading, service costing, under that, what are the key characteristics? What are the key characteristics in service? In service. In service. Right. Number one, intangibility. Touch කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? Service එක touch කරන්න බෑ. And also there's nothing any remaining stocks. නේද? Service එක කොහේ හරි තියාගන්න පුළුවන්ද? Remaining stocks, there's nothing. Next one, simultaneity. You are and me, we are in that similar position simultaneously. දැන් production නම් අපිට කොහේ හරි display කරලා තියන්න පුළුවන්. පස්සේ customerට ඇවිල්ලා ගන්න service එහෙම කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. දෙකම එකට තමයි යන්නේ. Simultaneity. Next one, customer involvement. Customer involvements. In that we can see direct involvements in the customer with that service. And another key aspect, heterogeneity. Previously we were discussing homogeneity, similar. But in here, in services, it's depend on individuals or human beings. Then we can see heterogeneity, vishamai, samana, vishamai, Venus. Next one, perishability. මිස්සුනා නම් මේ ටයිම් එක මිස්සුනා තමයි. නේද? ඔව්. ආයෙ එක කවර් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? බෑ. never. Right. Those are the key identical characteristics. Right. Go to next. In here, we are using different cost bases to recognize that services. Right. See this example for professional services. Professional services in that channeling centers, it's having some consultations. Per billable hours, most probably we are using to measure their service charges. It's depend on their capabilities. Right. Wait for a while. I will show it again. Right. In here, you can get that idea. You are having that basic knowledge, no? If you are going within that consulting, most probably that prices are depend on their skills. Skills. And also capacity of planning of that particular area, we can set the prices of that hour charge. Labor hours and expertise levels. Then if we are going within bankings, we can consider transactions volumes or channel mix among some different departments in cashiers or some front officers or with manager or something like that. Then we can set. Then we can go ahead with process automations. It is special, then we can set the prices. Second one, self-services. Then we can manage the prices. That's the important identical factors. Next one, if you are going within healthcare, we are considering as a staff times, equipment usage on that single patients. We can set some cost. And in here, we can go through some lean process production schedules to reduce our cost as a cost drivers. That lean manufacturing and lean concepts means we try to eliminate some kind of unusual capacities as, non-financial measurements in lean costing. It's very popular in Japanese. Most probably we can see, but in here service purposes, we can arrange that. We can manage the queue. Got the idea? Then we can enhance the quality of that particular services. And is it having kind of non-productive times, like waiting times? If we can eliminate that waiting times, we can enhance the process of our services, like that. These are some general concepts in that service accounting or service costing. Right. Next one, telecommunications, network capacities, customer support services, like that we can go ahead with. Next one, infrastructure optimizations, that tired support. If we can go ahead with 2 tiers or 4 tiers or 1 tiers, we can eliminate some additional capacities of some networks by using some novel telecommunication mechanism. Like that, it has some process improvements things with the elimination of some unusual cost for that, right? They are thinking I'm now 12, right? Up to 12:15 වෙනකන් තියෙනව නේද? ඔව් 12ට off වෙනවා කියලා තමයි මාත් message එක දීලා. Right, anyhow. But in here, you can generalize, but anyhow, if we can manage these all matters as a for visible managers or the some cost accountant, we can eliminate some unusual cost in that service costing. That's the main criteria. But at the end, we can get some idea regarding the calculations of that particular cost. It's depend on these kind of identical basics. Identical basics as a direct cost, as a service cost, or supportive cost or administrative cost as indirect cost. Only that. පැහැදිලිද පුතා? දැන් මම මෙහි price එක set කරනවා නම් එතකොට අපි cost එක evaluate කරනවා නම් එකක් මගේ skill වලට යන්න ඕන. දෙවෙනි එක තමයි මෙහි facility arrange කරපු එකට අපි cost එක consider කරන්න ඕන. පැහැදිලිද? එතකොට total cost එක තමයි මෙයාලගේ liable cost එක වෙන්නේ. කොහොමද හිටියා දැන් අපිට pay කරනවා කියලා හිතන්නකො rupees 5000. එතකොට 5000 තමයි අපේ මොනවද consultancy fee එක. දෙවෙනි එක තමයි අපිට මොනවා හරි arrangements කරලා තියෙන දේ. expertise level එක තියෙනවා. labor hours අපිට consider කරන්න පුළුවන්. ඊට අමතරව facilitate කරලා තියෙන මොනවා හරි admin දේවල්. indirects. But anyhow, both are we are considering to set of price, set of charges from customers or the users. Got the idea? just like that. It has, right? We'll see that. This one example, right? මේ example එක පොඩ්ඩක් බලන්නකෝ. මම අනිත් එක මිස් කරනවා. right? ඒ ටික අපි next day එකේ පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරමු. right? In here, example for professional service firm costing, right? Very simple identical facts is available, right? That Trident Logic Limited provides software service with the following structure. එයාලා මොනවද? software service එකක් දෙන්නේ, right? Direct cost, senior engineer times rupees 2000 per hour. It's one matter. Right? එතකොට consultant අපි අනිවාර්යෙන් pay කරන්න ඕන. Second, developer time at rupees 5000 per hour. Develop කරන්න වෙනම programmer කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. එයාට පැයට 500ක් ගෙවන්න ඕන. ඒක තමයි mechanism එක. Second, indirect cost. Office rent, support staff, technology system. Total has rupees 5000 per month. Rupees 5000 for entire total month. They are expecting it as a budgeted overhead cost. Budgeted overhead cost for 2000 billable hours. 2000 billable hours. පැය 2000ක් මාසෙකට යන්න එයාලා කියනවා rupees 5000 තමයි indirect cost එක යන්නේ කියලා. Got the idea? That's the main identical areas. Then in here, generally you can find it now overhead absorption rate. Got the idea? Overhead absorption rate. What's the value? Simple. It having total indirect cost and total budgeted hours. What's the rate? This is indirect cost or the overhead cost. Rupees 5000, 500,000. We plan that for a month it has 2000 hours. Then directly you can find out overhead rate. It's equal to 250. Very simple, no? Then you are having that direct service charges fee and indirect charges fee. Got the idea? Direct charge කොහොමද යන්නේ? Is it having consultant or engineers? We are paying rupees 2000 based on their expertise. මම අර කලින් schedule එක පෙන්නුවේ. එයාගේ expertise එකට අපි pay කරනවා. ඊට අමතරව අපි developersලා programmersලා පාවිච්චි කරනවා. එයාලට 500 ගෙවනවා. ඒතර ඕන client කෙනෙකුට අපිට pay කරන්න පුළුවන්ද බැයිද? පුළුවන්. Very simple. bill එක set කරන්න පුළුවන්ද? පුළුවන්. overhead cost එක දන්නවා අපිට පැයකට යන්නේ 250. 2000 hours වලට 500,000 යනවා කියන්නේ single hour එකකට යනවා rupees 250. Got the idea? එතකොට single client අපි දෙන service එක like in here. lecturers ලට 2000ක් ගෙවනවා. අපිට මේ අනිත් එක utility වලට AC වලට මේ cleaners ලට මේ ගෙවන fee එක යනවා 250 වගේ hour එකකට. එතකොට අපි 4 hours කරනවා නම් setup කරන්න බෑද cost එක? Very simple. Like that. Got the idea? Then make බලන්නකො example එකේ. In here you can see the same scenario, right? They are using senior engineer for 10 hours, developer for 15 hours. Senior engineer පාවිච්චි කරනවා මෙයා 2000 ගෙවන එක්කෙනා. We are paying 2000 for senior engineer. He utilized for that client 10 hours. Programmer used to develop that particular program or software. He or she utilized 15 hours. Then altogether these two officials consume 25 hours. දෙන්නටම අපි 25 hours overhead service එක දුන්නාද නැද්ද? දුන්නා. එතකොට overhead rate එක කීයද? 250. Then altogether you can find out total cost for that particular client. Like that. Very simple calculation. Right. මේක පොඩ්ඩක් notice කරගන්න. Final one. Service costing ලිව්වනේ. Right. Example of Trident Logic Limited. Example of Trident Logic Limited. Right. Under that, write down question. Calculate per hour cost, per hour service cost, and total client cost by using 10 consultant hours and 15 developer hours. 15 developer or programmer hours. Right. Example එක මේකේ තියෙනවා. දැන් measure කරගන්න. Consultant fees 2000 into 10 hours. Developer rupees 500 into 15 hours. Next one, indirect cost 25 hours into 250. මේකේ example එක යන්නේ ටික තියෙනවනේ. Right. ඒ ටික generate කරලා total cost එක ගන්න. Then total project cost is this. If you need to generate some hour cost, you can divide it by 25 hours. You can generate to get that set in prices of our price. Senior engineer 10 hours, developer 15 hours, overhead for both services. දෙන්නම වැඩ කරන වෙලාවට අපි service එක දෙන්න ඕනේ. For 25 hours into 250, it's equal to 6,250. Altogether, 33,750 is the service cost. Very simple. That overhead identicals are very important. Overhead එක තමයි okay consider කරගන්න ඕන. Sometimes it's going within hours, sometimes it's going within another types of that output or the different hours. Got the idea? Then final answer is 33,750 for that entire system development by using tool specialist. Right. මේක විතරක් දාගත්තන් ඇති පුතා. Here you have to pay for that. Right. Is it okay? Then you have to keep remember it's having, multi-dimension of calculations. But some of the situations in chartered accountancy, we are discussing in single part in that single day, like process costing, job and batch costing, like that. But in here, the operations of that syllabus, we are discussing many parts in single day. Got the idea? එතකොට අපි අර depth එක කතා කරන්නේ නැහැ. Light weight එකෙන් ගොඩක් දුර කතා කරනවා මේකේ. මේක තමයි වෙනස. Syllabus operation එක. Right, anyhow. Those are not, complex calculations, very simple, but that idea is very important to generate final answers. Got the idea? Right. Then we can discuss latter part, that's marginal and absorption costing in next day. And very next day we can discuss ABC costing in that chapter B. Then we can finish it out there. Right? Got the idea? Right. Then we can wind up in here.